Cool Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the Yao Mean of Revolution. Iran states they've captured U.S. soldiers. What? The U.S. denies it. U.S. troops are fleeing. That's the facts. Before we get into that, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. You in the House of Revolution. Like, share, subscribe, support the platform, y'all. Well, it's all bad news for the U.S. But I don't know what's going on with these troops being captured, but we're going to get right into that content. Salute. Yeah. Maybe this is psychological warfare.
A big statement has come in from the head of Iran's Supreme National Security Council Secretary Ali Larijani. Says that several American soldiers have been taken captive. They have been taken as prisoners. Larijani put up multiple social media posts in quick succession.
I seen this earlier. Another Indian station had posted it, and I brushed it off because there's a lot of false information out there. Now, when it came on this channel, I looked, and Larijani is absolutely one of the most powerful men in Iran. The supreme leader personally put him in charge if anything happened to him to see the transition of the revolution. For him to keep posting this, one of the most powerful men in Iran to keep posting this on his social media. Now, some people would say, well, why they just don't show the troops that's captured? Because in military situations, you don't always do that. Russia has did that several times, captured some troops, NATO mercenaries over there, and behind the scenes, negotiate them back to NATO. Behind the scenes, negotiate them back to NATO. One of the most powerful people in Iran. You think this man won't just come out and say this? And while they looking good, the whole world is backing them and saying, y'all doing a beautiful job. You think they want to ruin his reputation by lying and saying they captured some American troops and they didn't? Well, he's saying he's not telling a lie. And he's saying that they cannot hide this truth for too much longer.
And the last one was in English. He claims that he has been informed of the capture of a number of U.S. troops. There's more in this. Larijani says that the U.S. is lying, claiming that these soldiers have been killed instead of having been taken prisoner. Larijani then adds, and I quote,
now remember, when Trump said, it's going to be some more troops that's dead, the Iranian is saying some of the troops Trump thought was dead, they're not dead. They're captured. Now, a lot of people are going to say, well, if you captured the troops, just put them on TV. Hey, that's not how you always do military stuff of this nature. One of the most powerful people in Iran is saying Trump and the U.S. is goddamn liars, and they know their troops are captured. But they are hoping the Iranians just kill these people. Ain't that crazy? That's what the man is saying. We have them alive. Trump wants us to kill these people.
Quote him here, despite their futile efforts, the truth is not something they can hide for too long. Larijani's message comes after U.S. President Donald Trump attended a ceremony to mark the dignified transfer of the 6 American soldiers killed in Kuwait.
Brother L. Cross Jr. for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, soldier. Salute.
Flag-draped cases carrying the remains of the soldiers were returned to American soil, and Trump was seen saluting the fallen at the Dover Air Force Base in Delaware. There's a big development here. The head of Iran's Supreme National Security Council, Ali Larijani, has said that several American soldiers have been taken prisoner, and the U.S. is claiming that these soldiers have died in the conflict in Kuwait. And this was shortly after the transfer of the bodies, which was done in the presence of the US president and top members of his cabinet.
Now I'm bringing this to y'all because I believe it. I believe one of the most powerful men in Iran is telling the truth that they have U.S. soldiers, and Trump is saying these U.S. soldiers was dead. Trump was expecting these troops to be dead, and Iran is not going to parade them on TV. Putin already warned them against that type of stuff. You don't have to do that. Russia has captured plenty NATO troops and negotiated them back to NATO while the war been going on. Iran probably was going to do the same thing, but they letting the world know. Trump is saying these people dead, and they're saying they have American troops. We're going to see how that play out. But I believe him. His reputation on that. The U.S. probably trying to bomb the site that these people like Israel do. The U.S. probably trying to bomb wherever these U.S. hostages is at and kill them. They don't want that. That's crazy, boy. That's what they're doing. And that's what Iran is warning the world. The U.S. trying to kill their own troops that we captured. And another reason why I believe they lying, they said the USS Abraham Lincoln didn't get hit. Now Iran released the video today. I need to get that video to show they absolutely hit the aircraft carrier. That's no longer something the U.S. can pretend like didn't happen. And they're sending another aircraft carrier to the region, to replace the one got hit.
Against the backdrop of intensifying hostilities in the Middle East, stock markets continue to shake amid a sharp rise in oil and gas prices. For example, yesterday, 1 barrel of Brent crude oil broke the psychological $87 mark, which became a real shock to the whole world. However, 24 hours later, the oil price reached $91 per barrel. At the same time, it is worth noting that many reputable experts predicted a price of $91 only in 10-15 days. Thus, it becomes clear that the royal families of Arab countries are facing serious problems in transporting their oil through the Strait of Hormuz, where Iranian drones and missiles continue to attack all ships associated with the United States, Israel, and the European Union. Against this backdrop, experts expressed confidence that in the coming days, the price of Brent crude oil will reach $100 per barrel, which will become an absolute record for the last 7 years. Furthermore, over the past 24 hours, the price of Russian Urals oil has also increased significantly. As of March 7, 2026, the price of Russian oil reached the level of $80 per barrel, which is $20 more than the indicators put in the Russian budget. Against this backdrop, gasoline prices began to rise rapidly in the United States, Europe, and East Asia. According to insiders, there is a real panic in the White House, especially considering that the midterm congressional elections are just around the corner. The current situation is a real political risk for the Trump administration, as U.S. citizens will not forgive the current occupant of the White House for raising gasoline prices. Against this backdrop, on March 7, Washington lifted a number of harsh sanctions against India and allowed New Delhi to begin purchasing large quantities of Russian and American oil. In the United States, they hope that a significant increase in oil sales on the market will lower oil prices. However, unfortunately for Washington, the market is a contentedly inert and unpredictable thing, especially given that the crisis in the Middle East is exerting tremendous pressure on the global economy, literally in non-stop mode. Thus, it becomes clear that Donald Trump, by failing a lightning military operation against Iran and allowing the United States to plunge into a protracted war in the Middle East, shot himself in the foot. American taxpayers will not forgive Trump for this strategic mistake. U.S. citizens have already begun to react negatively to the unleashed war, which has already begun to hit the pockets of ordinary.
Trump just went on the news today and said Iran wasn't even capable of shooting missiles no more because they won't show the world they won't show the U.S. citizens Iran hitting Israel or them bases. That's crazy that he lied. And then he told a reporter, "Oh, talk to Pete Hegseth. Pete, did they finish?" They just lied, bro.
Americans.
TV right now. Trump probably threatening to nuke them right now if they do that.
Against this backdrop, I would also like to draw your attention to the statement of the Russian president's special envoy, Kirill Dmitriev. In particular, he did not hide his satisfaction with the increase in oil and gas prices. According to him, the crisis in the Middle East will drive the last nail into the coffin of the European Union, and European Russophobes will literally beg Russia for oil and gas supplies. Kirill Dmitriev argues that in the current situation, the head of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, and other so-called European leaders have no choice but to beg Russia for mercy, hoping to get oil and gas.
At outrageous prices. We're going to hit them across the head.
Putin himself also added fuel to the fire. In particular, the Russian president said that only Hungary and Slovakia would continue to receive Russian oil and gas at a farewell price. As for other European countries, according to Putin, Russia will completely stop oil and gas supplies to them if they refuse to pay at current market prices.
That's crazy, bro. They just said on TV today they're gonna control all of the Iranian oil and take it from the terrorists. These people is out of their damn mind. They the whole world, but that's what they playing for Russia. These people is nuts, man.
Meanwhile, on March 7th, the Iranian military department officially announced a missile attack on the U.S. airbase Al Dhafra, in the United Arab Emirates. The official report says that it was from this U.S. airbase that a girls' school in the Iranian city of Minab was attacked, killing 170 civilians, including dozens of children. Furthermore, on the same day, Iranian missiles and kamikaze drones.
Trump said on TV today, it's disgusting, that Iran attacked their own schools and that the Iranians killed them girls because their missiles is crappy and don't work. He said they're horrible at precision. Man, this dude is like the world can't see them pinpoint targeting U.S. bases, U.S. radars, anything they want to hit. The world can see if Iran want to hit something, it can hit it. Trump said their accuracy is so bad and their missiles are so crappy that they tried to hit the Americans but killed those girls, those 170 girls themselves. This nigga a fucking war criminal, bro. A disgusting one at that.
Drones rained down on the U.S. military base Victoria, 20 kilometers from the Iraqi capital, Baghdad. Later, Iran officially confirmed that dozens of American military vehicles were destroyed at this military base. At the moment, this military base is engulfed in flames.
The bases out there, bro. They can't do shit. They can't fight back at these bases. They can only hide, bro. They can't. It's not a movie. This is new warfare that the Americans never, ever had to face before, bro. They've never faced this before. And all military analysts is saying this. They have never had anybody ever do this to them. Never in history of warfare have Americans been done so horribly. You know, that's why they hide now in hotel rooms. That's why they hide not. The U.S. troops can no longer be at their bases. And they want us to believe only 6 is dead. Come on, that's mathematically impossible.
It is also worth noting the massive missile attack by the United States and Israel on the Marabat airport, in the central part of Tehran. It is noteworthy that right after that, Iran launched dozens of ballistic missiles and hundreds of kamikaze drones towards Israel. As a result, dozens of explosions were recorded in Tel Aviv alone, including at Ben Gurion Airport.
Trump say Iran don't have any
Thus,
missiles,
it becomes clear that despite the statements of the U.S. president and the head of the Pentagon that Iran has exhausted its entire stock of missiles and drones, does not correspond to reality. Furthermore, on March 7th, the American command actually admitted that the U.S. and Israeli combat aviation had failed to achieve air supremacy over Iran. As it turned out, American and Israeli warplanes are still attacking Iran without entering that country's airspace. In addition, the U.S. military was forced to admit that Iran's air defense still poses a danger to Allied aviation. Furthermore, the U.S. military has also recognized the effectiveness of Iran's missile and drone attacks, which completely copy the tactics of the Russian army. Against this backdrop, the United States has officially asked Ukraine to send a group of experienced Ukrainian air defense specialists to the Middle East to organize effective protection of American military bases. Concurrently, the United States also continues to ask the Kurds and Balochis to attack Iran as soon as possible. It is worth noting that against the backdrop of all this, Washington sent another aircraft carrier to the Middle East, USS Gerald Ford. At the same time, sources confirmed that the aircraft carrier George Bush is also preparing to be sent to the Middle East. Thus, it is evident that the United States is confronting a formidable opponent, who not only refuses to surrender, but also shows a strong will to win this war. By the way, Middle Eastern sources claim that Washington's decision to send 2 more aircraft carriers to the Middle East is connected not only with the desire to defeat Iran as soon as possible, but also with the damage to the runway of the aircraft carrier Abraham Lincoln during the recent Iranian attack. Moreover, the American command has finally admitted the Iranian attack on its aircraft carrier. At the same time, the official statement says that the aircraft carrier did not receive any damage. However, experts were skeptical about this statement. The fact that right after the Iranian attack, the American command did not release any new videos of its aircraft carrier's operation and ordered the crew to sail to the Indian Ocean at a distance of about 1,000 kilometers from the coastline, indicates that this vessel still suffered some damage.
It feels like the entire region is on fire, and honestly, it's a fire that Washington and Tel Aviv poured the gasoline on themselves. We are witnessing a historic, humiliating dismantling of the American military's credibility in real time. What we're looking at isn't just another skirmish in the endless war machine. This is the moment the so-called superpower was exposed as a paper tiger, unable to protect its own multi-billion-dollar assets on foreign soil.
U.S. base in Saudi Arabia has come under attack by incoming ballistic missiles.
Dramatic footage circulating online appears to show the moment an Iranian ballistic missile slammed into Prince Sultan Air Base in Al Harj, Saudi Arabia.
I want to take you deep inside the footage that's been circulating on X, the kind of raw, terrifying visuals that official statements try to spin but can't erase. We're talking about the strike on Prince Sultan Air Base in South.
I watched the news just to see these people got the audacity to show you Iran getting hit. They want to make the people. This is psychological bullshit. They don't want you to think we're devastating Iran. Won't show you no missiles hitting no U.S. bases and no missiles hitting Israel. The same shit they was doing with the Russia-Ukraine war. But remember, Russia was losing, Ukraine was winning. Same bullshit they're saying. They're winning, and the Iranians is losing horribly. So you should know it's the other way around.
Saudi Arabia. Specifically, the video that shows a missile behaving in a way that defies the laws of physics as we know them. It didn't just streak in. It hovered. It lingered in the air, almost like it was surveying the target, the full force of a guillotine on the American forces below. That wasn't just a rocket. That was a message from Iran's military engineers, a display of technological prowess that has the Pentagon scrambling for answers. And the silence from the mainstream media? Deafening. They don't want you to see the complete collapse of the Patriot systems, the THAAD batteries that were supposedly combat-proven. They don't want you to ask how a nation that has been under sanctions for decades is outsmarting the largest military.
Y'all, bro, no nation in Europe can defeat Iran. Only the U.S. and Iran could have a juggernaut fight. And near their border, Iran gonna win. See, near your border, any country can fight to the death. You know, you don't want to go to somebody's border and play with them. If you come near the U.S., we will beat anybody. You know, but none of these nations is gonna ever play. Iran is a superpower. Now people can see they're a missile superpower for sure. They busting out missiles the world never even fucking seen before. And the U.S. and Europe laughed and mocked them and said that this was all fake. They didn't have none of these missiles. Now they're not. What happened? Y'all said they didn't have these missiles. Come on, bro. So I believe when Iran said they got way more surprises in store for the colonizers, bro.
Industrial complex in history. And let's be brutally clear about the human cost, because the Pentagon is playing their usual game of smoke and mirrors. While official statements mumble about a handful of casualties, Iranian sources, combined with whistleblowers within Western intelligence circles, are painting a picture of absolute carnage. We are looking at over 1,000 American military personnel confirmed dead or severely wounded across the multiple theaters of this retaliation. The IRGC released specific figures, stating that up to 650 soldiers were killed or wounded in the first 2 days alone, with the headquarters of the 5th Fleet in Bahrain being hit repeatedly, resulting in mass casualties. Think about that.
Come on, bro.
The 5th Fleet, the nerve center of U.S. naval power in the region, was successfully targeted. These aren't just numbers. These are families destroyed because of the reckless adventurism of Benjamin Netanyahu and the feckless, easily manipulated Donald Trump.
And that's what we need to understand. If it's a limit to military power in the era we in. No matter how powerful you think you are, if your opponent has advanced weapons, they still can do. If Iran was on our border, they would be terrorizing us right now. That's a fact. All of the air defense systems we have here, we have over there, and we cannot stop their missiles. If they was on our border, they would be terrorizing us right now. That's a fact.
We saw the faces of 4 of the dead released. Captain Cody Cork, Sergeant First Class Nicole Amor, a mother of 2 who was just days from coming home, Sergeant First Class Noah Teachins, and Special Cody. Nicole Amor's husband told the press she was moved to a shipping container with.
How far can your apps go? Meet Base 44.
Without defenses because they were scattering in fear of an attack. The fear was justified. The defenses were useless. And now those families are paying the price for Netanyahu's ambition. Before we go further, if you are tired of the sanitized pro-war propaganda that fills your television screens, if you want the truth about American decline and Iranian ascendancy, please hit that like button, share this video far and wide, and most importantly, subscribe to the channel. We are one of the few outlets left doing real, honest journalism that doesn't bow to the Washington consensus. We need your support to keep bringing you these facts. Now stick with me, because we are about to dismantle the narrative piece by piece. We're going to connect the dots between the devastating hit on that Saudi base, the complete eradication of a Patriot system in the UAE, and the quiet, panicked meetings happening in the White House, where Donald Trump, the man who promised America first, is now begging for a ceasefire while pretending to wage war. The situation on the ground has shifted so dramatically that the old rules of engagement no longer apply. We're not just talking about isolated incidents. We're talking about a coordinated, brilliant campaign by Tehran to degrade the offensive capabilities of the United States military to the point of irrelevance. Let's zoom in on that viral video, because the details are crucial for understanding the scale of this disaster. Military analysts and amateur sleuths on X have been dissecting the footage from the strike on the CIA forward operating airbase in Saudi Arabia, and the consensus is terrifying for the U.S. The missile in question exhibited what experts call loitering capabilities. This isn't a simple ballistic trajectory where you can calculate the impact point and pray an interceptor meets it. This weapon, believed to be a variant of Iran's hypersonic arsenal, hung in the sky. It paused. Witnesses described a tense, surreal silence as the projectile seemed to wait, perhaps for final targeting coordinates, or to let the air defense systems burn through their interceptor inventory in a panic. Then, it accelerated, at a speed that simply bypassed the kinetic energy limits of the Patriot missiles trying to chase it. The impact was absolute. The base, a hub for CIA air operations, was shattered. The Iranians didn't just get lucky. They systematically dismantled the U.S. air defense network across the Gulf. Let's talk about the United Arab Emirates, a nation that thought it could host American forces as a shield against regional turmoil. That delusion was incinerated when Iran turned its attention to Al Dhafra Air Base. This isn't some small outpost. Al Dhafra is a fortress. It houses the F-35A Lightning II fighter jets, the very symbol of American air dominance, along with KC-10 extender refueling tankers and a host of surveillance aircraft. It is ringed with the most advanced air defense architecture money can buy, specifically the Terminal High Altitude Area Defense System, or THAAD. According to Iranian news sources and confirmed by regional military leaks, the IRGC didn't just launch a barrage and hope for the best. They executed a methodical surgical dismantling of the base's defenses. First, they took out the eyes and ears. A dedicated strike neutralized the AN/FPS-132 radar network, the sophisticated system designed to spot incoming threats from thousands of kilometers away. Once the radar was fried, the THAAD battery was blind. It was like cutting the optic nerve of a giant. With the defenses neutralized, the follow-up missiles swept in and razed significant portions of the base. The UAE allowed itself to be a launching pad for American imperialism, and in return, they got a front-row seat to the incineration of their sovereign territory. They invited trouble, and trouble arrived in the form of Iranian precision. And this is where the comedy, the tragic, bloody comedy of Marco Rubio enters the chat. Just days ago, Rubio was on Capitol Hill telling reporters that the hardest military strikes are yet to come. He spoke about destroying Iran's ballistic missile capabilities and ensuring the regime can never obtain a nuclear weapon. He is dreaming. Senator Adam Schiff gave a perfect analysis of the entire situation.
So we're at war with Iran. The question is, why?
The regime already had missiles capable of hitting Europe and our bases, both local and overseas, and would soon have had missiles capable of reaching our beautiful America.
So according to the president, we are at war with Iran because they have missiles that could soon hit the United States. Here's Marco Rubio on the same subject.
And clearly they are headed in the pathway to one day being able to develop weapons that could reach the continental U.S.
Okay, so that's what Rubio says, one day. So when is that day going to come? Well, according to a 2025 Defense Intelligence Agency report, that's a U.S. Defense Intelligence Agency report, Iran will have the capability of hitting the United States with a ballistic missile in 2035. Okay, 2035, let's see. This is now 2026. That's 9 years away. So we attacked Iran because 9 years from now, they're going to have missiles capable of hitting the United States. Is that the explanation? Or is it this explanation?
If we didn't hit within 2 weeks, they would have had a nuclear weapon. If we didn't do the B-2 attack a number of months ago, they would have a nuclear weapon. And
okay, so we went to war because they were 2 weeks away from having a nuclear bomb. Well, apart from the fact there is absolutely no intelligence of any kind to suggest that Iran was 2 weeks away from having the bomb, this is what Donald Trump had to say about our last attack on Iran back in June of last year. Here he is.
Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated.
Okay, so if they were obliterated in June of last year, how are they suddenly 2 weeks away from having the bomb?
But here's the beautiful part, the part that shows the sheer dignity and strategic intelligence of the Iranian resistance. The head of Iran's Parliament National Security Committee, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, denied any negotiations and mocking Trump's delusional fantasies.
ادامه راه امام شهید عزیزمون هست و باید با هماهنگی وحدت و انسجام همه ارکان نظام اسلامی این مسیر توفنده انقلاب اسلامی رو ادامه بدن.
آیا خبری از آتش بس هست؟
تا الان هیچ. ما تا تنبیه متجاوز به هیچ وجه وارد میدان مذاکره آتش بس نخواهیم شد. متجاوز باید تنبیه بشه، پشیمان بشه و برای همیشه از این منطقه خارج بشه.
Contrast that steel-spined defiance with the pathetic sight of the Trump administration trying to float back-channel negotiations. Reports surfaced that Iran's Ministry of Intelligence quietly reached out to the CIA through a third country to discuss terms. But the US, in their arrogance, dismissed it as not serious. And Trump, posturing for the cameras, said it was too late for talks. Too late? It was too late the moment you bombed a sovereign nation. And now you're in a position where pretty soon we are not going to know anybody to talk to, because the military campaign is decapitating the leadership. You destroyed the very infrastructure you need to negotiate with. That's not strategy. That's stupidity. The Iranian position is clear. They have seen this movie before. They have been attacked in the midst of negotiations. They have been burned by American promises. They will not fall for another round of negotiation lies designed to give the US military breathing room to resupply. They are advancing. They are destroying the ANFP-132 radar in Qatar. They are hitting the naval support ships. They are proving that the cost of hosting American bases is absolute destruction. The United States wanted to show that it could topple regimes. Instead, they have shown that they cannot even protect a base in Saudi Arabia. They have shown that their air defense systems are depleted, running out of interceptor missiles at an unprecedented rate, with supplies possibly running out within days. So, as we watch these events unfold, understand the gravity of the moment. The superpower is naked. The puppets in the Gulf are realizing that their American strings are made of flammable material. And Iran, with surgical precision and unwavering resolve, is lighting the match. The call for a ceasefire from Washington is a plea from the weak. And from Tehran, the response is a resounding historic refusal. The aggressor must be defeated. And defeat has never looked so inevitable.
The latest images show how the firing of Iranian ballistic missiles towards Israel, which shook the main city of Tel Aviv, caused the city's buildings to be razed to the ground. During the 24th wave of attacks as part of Operation True Promise 4, Iranian Revolutionary Guards published new footage including the launch of heavy missiles, such as Ahmad, Qadir, Fatah, Sejil-2, and in particular the advanced Khyber-Sheikhan cluster missile with supersonic capabilities, something of which Iran had warned in advance, which is now turning cities in the occupied Palestinian territories into rubble. This time, Iran has firmly rejected the new negotiations, a drama played out by Israel-US, and will never forgive their aggression waged against Iran. Footage between March 5 to 6, 2026, shows the flight of missiles over Israeli skies, confusing the air defenses of the incoming cluster missile wave. Screams and laments echoed over Tel Aviv, sirens roared, as soon as the fragmentation warhead of the Khyber-Sheikhan missile appeared over the sky, but there was a complete failure, due to which the Israeli air defense system did not work. Although publication is prohibited, a strong footage shows how the technical damage, inflicted by a very powerful medium-range ballistic missile, Khyber Sheikhan or Khorramshahr 4. A tall building in Tel Aviv was completely destroyed as soon as the missile landed. The warhead, with a total payload of 1,500 kilograms, was not thrown into the air. It was a continuous explosion inside the building. While Israel needs tons of warheads to destroy a building during their attacks in many countries in the Middle East. This was the result after being blown by a direct hit, causing the building to collapse completely, and possibly eliminated everyone inside. Even worse, an Iranian missile exploded in the center of Tel Aviv, while being removed by the civil defense forces. The missile actually exploded during the process. Thus, the impact of Iranian Khyber Sheikhan counterattack, which reached the enemy area in an operational circle of 2,000 kilometers, brought nightmares after it was first used against the Zionist regime. The scene made public for the first time, what was not broadcast on Arabic and Hebrew channels, showed widespread destruction in Tel Aviv. Khyber Sheikhan, landed one after another, has now turned the region into a ghost town. According to a source, the settlers who survived the Iranian missiles have filed compensation claims against the Israeli government, totaling more than $7.5 billion, and it seems that Netanyahu will be 100% handcuffed after the war, which is expected to end soon. But IRGC has just said it is preparing to be martyred rather than surrender, by giving a total lesson to Israel-US. Tel Aviv, Haifa, including the Golan, will have more difficult times, and only the sea will be open to escape, if the war shows no signs of stopping.
Every day, millions of boxes are delivered. Some can't get there soon enough.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. In. The.
People can't keep hiding the truth, man. Little people can't take 2-3 more weeks of this.
Name. Of.
I told y'all the Iranians willing to die.
God. Closing parenthesis dot. In recent days, the world has witnessed one of the most dangerous escalations of conflict in the Middle East in decades. Tensions between Iran and Israel, which had previously been a shadow war, have now transformed into a real military confrontation. Ballistic missile attacks, airborne warning sirens, and explosions in major cities have become a reality that many people must face. And one of the cities most affected is Tel Aviv. Once known as Israel's economic and technological center, it has now become a city living in the shadow of war. At night, the Tel Aviv skyline is no longer filled with city lights. It is now frequently illuminated by the glow of interceptor missiles and aerial explosions. For the millions living in this city, the war that once seemed far away has now come right to their doorstep. The wave of attacks began when Iran launched several ballistic missiles toward Israeli territory. The targets included several key cities, one of which was Tel Aviv. Israeli defense radar immediately detected the incoming projectiles from hundreds, even thousands of kilometers away. Within seconds, air raid sirens sounded throughout the city. The sound of those sirens made one thing very clear to the residents. They had to seek shelter immediately. Residents typically only had about a minute to reach a bunker or shelter. In many modern apartments in Israel, safe rooms are already part of the building design. But when the sirens sounded, the atmosphere still turned into panic. People ran to shelters. Children were carried in their arms. Elderly people were carried to the safest places. At the same time, Israel's air defense system went into action. Interceptor missiles were launched into the sky to destroy the incoming missiles. Explosions were visible in the air as the projectiles were intercepted before they reached the city. Some residents even filmed the moment from their apartment.
See, Israel gonna find out like Ukraine found out. It's not a good idea to shoot them missiles down over your cities, because those missiles gonna do a bunch of damage, even if you shoot them down to your population, and the missile debris will kill people.
Apartment balconies.
So it's all
The night sky looked like a battleground. The light of the missiles flashed. Explosions erupted in the air. However, not all the missiles were stopped. Some projectiles managed to penetrate the defenses and fall in urban areas. When they hit the ground, the impact was felt. Huge explosions shook the surrounding neighborhoods. Buildings shook, windows shattered. And within seconds, the calm of the city turned into chaos. In several parts of Tel Aviv, the falling missiles caused serious damage. Several apartment buildings suffered heavy damage. Walls cracked, windows shattered on many floors, and balconies collapsed on several sections of the building. Vehicles parked on the street were also damaged by debris from the explosion. Firefighters were immediately deployed to extinguish the flames. Meanwhile, rescue teams and ambulances arrived at the scene of the attack. Injured victims were being carried out of buildings. Some people were still in shock after experiencing the explosion so close to their homes. Initial reports indicated that a single missile strike could damage dozens of buildings near the projectile's impact point. Apartments suffered structural cracks. Some buildings had to be evacuated as they were deemed unsafe for habitation. Security officers set up perimeters around the blast site. Roads were temporarily closed. Residents were prohibited from approaching due to the risk of collapse. Scenes like this are usually only seen in war zones. But this time, they were unfolding in one of the most modern cities in the Middle East. For the residents of Tel Aviv, the impact of the attack went beyond the damaged buildings. It also changed their daily lives. Air raid sirens have become a constant sound. Every time the alarm sounds, everyone knows what to do: seek shelter immediately. Some families even choose to sleep in safe rooms for fear of an attack in the middle of the night. Children have had to get used to the sound of distant explosions. Adults tried to remain calm despite the intense situation. This tension drastically altered city life. As the attacks continued, the city's atmosphere began to change. The usually bustling streets began to appear emptier. Schools were closed. Many offices suspended operations. Some shopping malls also temporarily closed. The airport suspended some flights. The government declared a national state of emergency. Many residents chose to stay home to avoid the risk of being outside during the attacks. Tel Aviv, usually known as a city that comes alive all night, now looked much quieter. However, this silence wasn't because the city had stopped living, but because it was on alert.
There is unclaimed money that could be yours. Search yourself and see if any money is owed to you. BeenVerified.com is a powerful tool.
Amid this situation, some residents began to make difficult decisions. They chose to leave Tel Aviv temporarily, especially those whose homes were damaged by the explosion. Some families fled to other cities. Some went to relatives' homes, others were moved to hotels after their apartments became uninhabitable. For families with small children or the elderly, this decision was often made for safety. As a result, some areas of the city began to appear emptier than usual. However, this was not a total evacuation. Many residents still chose to remain in the city. For now, Tel Aviv still stands. Tall buildings still adorn the city skyline. The city lights still come on every night. But life there is no longer the same. Beneath the modern cityscape, residents live on high alert. Every siren reminds them that the war is still ongoing, and every distant explosion reminds them that the situation could change at any moment. For some, the decision has already been made. They are leaving Tel Aviv in search of a safer place. But for those who remain, the simple hope is that one day the sirens will stop and Tel Aviv return to the peaceful city it once was.
For years, Iran built massive underground missile cities, carved deep inside mountains to protect its missile arsenal from airstrikes. Now those hidden bases are under intense surveillance as US and Israeli aircraft circle above known tunnel entrances. Satellite images show destroyed launchers near these sites, raising questions about how much of Iran's arsenal remains hidden below ground. Instead of trying to destroy the bunkers themselves, US and Israeli forces are targeting missile launchers the moment they emerge from tunnels to fire. Surveillance aircraft and drones are watching the bases constantly, waiting for any movement before launching strikes.
We're hunting Iran's last remaining ballistic missile launchers to eliminate what I would characterize as their lingering ballistic missile capability. We're seeing Iran's ability to hit us and our partners is declining.
Several underground bases across Iran appear to have been hit repeatedly, including sites near Shiraz, Isfahan, Tabriz, and Kermanshah. Satellite photos show damaged tunnel entrances and destroyed launches around access roads leading to the facilities. Iran has already fired hundreds of missiles and drones since the conflict began, but launches have slowed in recent days. Analysts believe Tehran may be conserving its arsenal, as the true size of Iran's remaining missile stockpile remains uncertain. For Washington and Tel Aviv, the goal is to destroy Iran's launches early and limit its ability to strike back. But Tehran built its underground missile network precisely to survive wars like this. And even as airstrikes continue above ground, thousands of missiles could still be waiting inside tunnels beneath Iran's mountains.
Welcome back. I posted about 2 videos today, but we need to talk about what just happened in the Gulf, because the world shifted on its axis in the last 24 hours, and most mainstream outlets are too busy reading from a script written in Washington and Tel Aviv to tell you the truth. Today, Iranian drones and missiles struck directly at Dubai International Airport, the busiest airport in the world for international travel, amidst a chaotic scene that reportedly involved U.S. forces attempting to flee the region in civilian clothes.
An Iranian drone attack near the main terminals of Dubai International Airport temporarily suspended operations.
Drone that hit the Dubai airport. There was
U.S. troops trapped, can't leave. Iran hit any ship, anything trying to pick them up, any plane trying to pick them up, trapped, throwing off their uniforms, trying to put on civilian clothes. This is humiliating.
thick smoke that engulfed the skies of Dubai.
Chaos erupts at Dubai International Airport. Black smoke fills the skyline. Explosions rock the airport grounds, and flights are thrown into disarray.
This is not a drill, and this is not a conflict happening somewhere far away. This is the sound of American hegemony collapsing, and it is happening right in the heart of the United Arab Emirates. While the corporate media wants you to focus on tensions, what we witnessed was a precision strike that sent a message so loud that it rattled windows from the Gulf to Wall Street. Witnesses on the ground at DXB described scenes of pure pandemonium, not just from the explosions, but from the sight of uniformed American personnel stripping off their military gear inside terminal buildings, desperately trying to blend in with crowds of civilians to escape. According to updates on X and corroborated by evacuation reports that even Donald Trump was forced to acknowledge, the United States is currently trying to pull thousands of its soldiers out of the UAE. But here's the kicker that they aren't telling you. Iran has them trapped. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, IRGC, has made it crystal clear that the war has not yet even truly begun. And these forces, estimated to be thousands strong, stationed at facilities like Al Dhafra Air Base, are now sitting ducks. The U.S. thought they could use Emirati soil as a forward operating base to threaten Iran, and they thought they could just bolt when the bill came due. They were wrong. The UAE, which hosts around 5,000 U.S. military personnel, thought their billions in F-35s and Patriot missiles could protect them. But when Iran blindsided their radar systems, taking out critical U.S.-made THAAD batteries in the opening salvos, the safe haven facade evaporated. Now flights are suspended indefinitely, the airport is shut, and the U.S. is scrambling to perform a humiliating retreat that looks more like a desperate escape. Before we dive deeper into how this is breaking the back of the Emirati economy and why the reformist babble coming out of Tehran is just noise, I need you to hit that like button and share this video far and wide. We are one of the few outlets left telling you the raw, unvarnished truth without the Pentagon's filter. If you want to support journalism that actually questions the empire and exposes its failures, smash that subscribe button right now. We rely on you to keep this light on, because the corporate networks are too busy crying over the destabilization caused by Iran standing up to a genocidal regime. Now, let's get into the meat of this story, because the economic bloodbath we are about to witness makes the actual explosions look like firecrackers. The targeting of Dubai International Airport, DXB, was not random vandalism. It was a strategic masterstroke. You have to understand what Dubai is. It isn't a real city in the traditional sense. It is a leveraged bet on globalization, a mirage in the desert propped up by constant capital inflows and the movement of people. Before this strike, DXB and its sister airport DWC accounted for roughly 27% of Dubai's entire GDP. We aren't talking about pocket change. In 2023, the aviation sector in Dubai was valued at over $37 billion, supporting over 630,000 jobs. That airport is not just a building. It is the heart-pumping blood into the veins of every hotel, every shopping mall, and every real estate project in the city. By forcing the suspension of all flights, Iran effectively induced a cardiac arrest in the UAE economy. We are talking about losses mounting at a rate of hundreds of millions of dollars per day. Cargo is rotting at the tarmac. Perishable goods, food, medicine are stuck. The ripple effect means that supply chains from Asia to Africa and Europe are severed because the crossroads of the world is now a crater. And the numbers are already painting a terrifying picture of the future. We are watching a classic capital flight event in real time. Reports coming out of Singapore are confirming what we suspected. The wealthy are abandoning the sinking ship. Wealth advisors in Singapore are being flooded with calls from their clients in Dubai. We aren't talking about middle-class families with a savings account. We are talking about family offices moving assets in the range of $50 million per client. One report detailed how two Indian entrepreneurs tried to transfer over $100,000 each from their Dubai accounts to Singapore immediately after the strikes, only to be thwarted by technical glitches, which is usually banker speak for a run on the bank. The UAE built its entire post-oil model on being a safe haven in a rough neighborhood. They sold the myth of security. In one night, Iran shattered that myth. Real estate, which is the backbone of Dubai's wealth illusion, is about to implode. Why would anyone buy a luxury apartment on the Palm Jumeirah when you can watch an IRGC drone fly past your window? The smart money is already rotating back to Singapore, a real financial hub with actual geopolitical stability.
The Prophet ﷺ said, the best charity is giving water. $100.
Not just zero taxes and flashy nightclubs. The Emirati dream is turning into a nightmare because they hitched their wagon to the American empire, and the empire is dying. Meanwhile, the global energy markets are convulsing. This isn't just about Dubai, it's about the Strait of Hormuz. 20% of the world's crude oil passes through that narrow channel. President Trump, in his typical bombastic style, is tweeting about unconditional surrender and promising to make Iran great again, a level of delusion that is almost impressive. Even his mainstream media are saying he is delusional.
You think there are difficult days ahead. The president is suggesting that he would only accept unconditional surrender, in his words, to a reporter. So you don't see that right now, that this is on the cusp of happening?
I don't, sir. No, I don't see that right now. I think that the regime has been planning for this for 45 years, and you can expect a fierce resistance.
But while he plays cheerleader, the price of Brent crude has surged past $91 per barrel, and West Texas Intermediate is flirting with $90, marking the highest levels in nearly 2 years. The U.S. Navy is talking about escorting ships, but they can't escort ships if their radar is destroyed and their bases are on fire. The price at the pump in America and Europe is about to skyrocket, and that economic pain is going to land squarely on the voters who bought into the lies about American strength. This war, ignited by the US and Israel, is already causing the US economy to shed jobs, with a reported loss of 92,000 jobs last month, and the stock market is tumbling. The American people are paying the price for Netanyahu's bloodlust and Trump's ego. Let's talk about the state of those trapped US forces, because their situation is more desperate than the Pentagon dares admit. The US has long maintained a significant presence in the UAE under the guise of partnership, specifically at Al Dhafra Air Base, which is home to the 380th Air Expeditionary Wing. This is where the drones and refueling aircraft that enable the entire regional mission are housed. The agreement with the UAE was always shaky. The Emiratis publicly stated earlier this year that they would not allow their territory to be used for attacks on Iran. But we all know how public statements work when the Americans put a gun to your head. The UAE blinked. The US used the bases, and now the bill is due. Now the US forces are reportedly trying to evacuate in civilian clothes, a move that reeks of desperation and potentially violates the laws of war regarding uniformed combatants. They are trying to blend in with civilians to escape the Iranian retaliation that is rightfully targeting them. And the worst part? Iran has announced that the main phase hasn't even started yet. These soldiers are trapped in a country that is now a potential war zone, with their chain of command in chaos, waiting for a strike that could come at any moment. Now, we have to address the bizarre sideshow coming out of the Iranian presidential palace. President Masoud Pezeshkian, the so-called reformist, has come out with his tail between his legs, effectively apologizing to neighboring countries for the attacks. He stated that the armed forces have been ordered to stop strikes on neighbors unless attacked first, and he even apologized personally.
ما قصد تجاوز به کشورهای همسایه نداریم. همان گونه که بارها گفتم اونا برادران ما هستند. ما با این عزیزان در منطقه باید دست به دست هم بدیم و صلح و آرامش رو برقرار بکنیم و امیدوارم این اتفاقاتی که افتاده در تصمیمی که ما دیروز در شورای موقت رهبری ما گرفتیم این تصمیم به نیروهای مسلح گزارش داده شد که از این به بعد نباید به کشورهای همسایه حمله بکنن به یا موشک بزنن مگر اینکه از اون کشورها بخوان به ما حمله بکنن و من فکر میکنم این رو ما با دیپلماسی باید حل کنیم تا با دعوا کردن با کشورهای همسایه به مشکل رسیدن.
With all due respect, this is meaningless political theater. It is almost laughable to watch a reformist try to play nice while the IRGC is actually running the war. Pezeshkian can apologize all he wants. The IRGC doesn't take orders from him. They answer to a higher calling, the defense of Iranian sovereignty and the destruction of the capabilities of the aggressors. While the president is talking about diplomacy, the IRGC is releasing statements about blinding the eyes of the US and Israel by destroying their advanced radar systems in Jordan and the UAE. They are the ones calling the shots. This is the classic Western mistake. They always try to find the moderate Iranian to deal with, completely missing the fact that the military-industrial complex in Iran operates on a doctrine of deterrence, not appeasement. To wrap this up, look at the bigger picture. This is the beginning of the end for the US-dominated security architecture in the Middle East. The UAE is reeling, its economy on life support. The Saudis are quietly distancing themselves, terrified they are next. The US military is hiding in civilian clothes, trying to catch flights out of a country that can no longer protect them. And Iran, despite the noise about apologies, has successfully demonstrated that they can reach any target, anywhere in the Gulf, at any time. They turned Dubai, the playground of the West, into a ghost town with a single coordinated drone strike. The suspension of flights at DXB isn't just a logistical headache, it is a metaphor. The party is over, the music has stopped. And the United States, along with its vassal state Israel, is left standing alone in the dark, wondering where all their so-called allies went. The war has not yet begun, but the defeat is already written. Subscribe, stay tuned, stay aware, and for God's sake, keep your eyes on the skies, because the balance of power just shifted, and it shifted east.
So, embarrassing story. Welcome, Prophet.
Hi, Nima.
And it's the first time you are in this podcast. I know that many of our audience know you from your videos on YouTube, on these lectures, amazing lectures that I got familiar recently with those lectures. I was amazed with the information, with the wisdom in those videos, and how you connect the historical facts to what is going on right now and what would happen in the future, considering all this history. And John, what is happening right now in the aftermath of that devastating war in Ukraine, which literally destroyed Ukraine? And right now we have a new war in the Middle East. This is not a war between, the United States and Iraq or Afghanistan. They didn't have that much of power to fight back. This is Iran. That's somehow different in terms of the size of the country, size of the population. Their military power is different. What is your understanding of what's going on in the Middle East?
Right. So we are in World War III right now. It's only been a week, but this war between the United States and Iran can only escalate over time. So today, there are rumors circulating online that the 82nd Airborne Division of the United States Army has been given deployment orders. They've stopped training exercises, and it is possible they will be deployed to the Middle East very soon, possibly within the next few days. The use of ground troops in against Iran would mark a massive escalation. Right now, it's mainly an air war, where the United States and Israel have air supremacy, meaning that they can strike at will against Iran. And because the costs are limited, even though America and Israel are suffering casualties, it isn't that many casualties. They're trying to avoid as many casualties as possible. And so they can theoretically retreat from this war. But the moment that ground troops go into Iran, then it is impossible to retreat. And this war can only escalate. So a massive turning point in this conflict will be the use of ground troops. If ground troops are used, then we are in World War III, and this will mark the end of the world as we know it. A ground war would also most likely draw in other actors as well. It may draw in the GCC. It may draw in the Europeans. It will definitely draw in Russia. It may even draw in China. And it may also draw in South Korea and Japan as well. Because remember, the Strait of Hormuz supplies most of the oil to the Asian economies of Pakistan, India, Japan, South Korea, and China. In fact, the Strait of Hormuz provides about 75% of all of Japan's oil needs. And the Japanese Prime Minister, Takahashi, has said that if this war continues, the Strait of Hormuz continues to be closed, then Japan will run out of oil in about 8 months' time. So we can imagine that there is panic within the Japanese cabinet, and they are actually preparing to intervene somehow in this conflict, whether it's diplomatically, whether it's economically, or even militarily. South Korea may also need to come in as well. So the Strait of Hormuz really is the nexus of the world. It is the center of all global trade. And if the Strait of Hormuz stays closed because of this war, then eventually it will draw in the entire world. You mentioned the war in Ukraine previously. And from a geopolitical perspective, this war in Iran is actually is what follows naturally from the war in Ukraine. Because from a geopolitical perspective, Russia, if it were to win the war in Ukraine, it would have control over 1/3 of the world's carbohydrates. Russia, if it wanted to, could starve the Middle East and could starve Africa. Ukraine is the breadbasket of Europe. without Ukrainian energy and food and Russian energy, the Europeans are suffering economically. And so if Europe is to survive, then it needs its energy from the Middle East. And so what America is trying to do is trying to control the Middle East by strangling Iran to death. And so in many ways, this war in Iran is a response to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. You know, Russia has complete battlefield dominance in Ukraine. This war in Ukraine is essentially lost. And so if America is able to win this war in Iran, it will now control the energy supplies of the Middle East. It will control all the trade in the world. You know, there's a dream of a Eurasian heartland, a grand alliance between Russia, Iran, and China. Iran is the pivot point. So if Iran were to collapse, then America would still be able to control global trade. The petrodollar would still be the dominant currency of the world. And so this is really a struggle of life and death for the American empire. And that's why, in many ways, America has no choice now.
I think taxes are something that makes all of us panic, whether or not you want to admit it. Being able to pass my taxes.
But to go all in and send ground troops.
I think the big picture of the region is of importance. I know that you've been talking about the state of Israel and the agenda of the United States with the state of Israel, but from what you see so far, you know, we had the case of Venezuela, that the United States, Donald Trump came in and said that we are in control of Venezuela. Right now, in one of the latest interviews on Fox News, they're talking the same way. We have to control the oil in Iran. You know, the whole concept. How do you see the concept of Greater Israel and the concept of controlling oil?
Right. So Israel, since its founding in 1948, has always had a Messianic mission to reestablish the Kingdom of David. The Kingdom of David, 3,000 years ago, was this cosmopolitan empire that controlled the entire Middle East from its strategic location in the Levant. And Israel wants to reestablish the Kingdom of David. The Israelis also believe that the Greater Israel Project is what Yahweh, their God, promised to Abraham, their great ancestor. And if you look at the Greater Israel Project on a map, if you just Google Greater Israel Project, what you will see is that it encompasses the entire Middle East. So the ambitions, the territorial ambitions of the Israelis is vast. Greater Israel extends from the Nile to the Euphrates. So that means that Israel will eventually have to go and conquer Egypt after this war and in Iran eventually subsides. It will also have to conquer Saudi Arabia. And there's talk among some fanatical Israelis that they want to actually seize and control Mecca and Medina. The Greater Israel Project also includes parts of Turkey as well. And already the Israelis are talking about what a menace Turkey is. So Naftali Bennett, who was former prime minister of Israel and the person who is most likely to succeed Benjamin Netanyahu once he retires from the scene, he says that actually Turkey is new Iran, right? So the idea is that we're gonna get Iran out of the way, but then we're gonna go after Turkey, okay? So Turkey is on the agenda, as is Saudi Arabia. And really, if you look at how Israel is fighting this war right now in Iran, it's actually trying to destroy as much of the Middle East as possible, okay? So you have this saturation, carpet bombing in Iran. So Israel is trying to destroy the Iranians' capacity to run a state, to provide basic services to its people, as well as the military capacity of the state, so that when they establish the Greater Israel Project, Iran will not be a factor. They're trying to divide Iran into ethnic enclaves that will war against each other. And Mossad agents will go into Iran and support different factions. Okay, it's divide and rule that the British Empire used to control most of the world. But if you look at what's happening right now, there's discussion. There are rumors that a lot of these drones, a lot of these attacks against the GCC countries are actually Mossad false flags. All right, so you have this drone that attacked Azerbaijan, and the Azerbaijan government said that, oh, why are the Iranians attacking us? We're going to launch a ground invasion of Iran, and the Iranians were like, this drone was not from us. And so there's rumors that it was Mossad that launched this drone attack against Azerbaijan to provoke a war between Azerbaijan and Iran. Then you have these attacks against these Saudi oil facilities, which caused Saudi Aramco, the state oil supplier in Saudi Arabia, to close down. And at first, it was reported that it was the Iranians who struck these oil facilities. But then the Iranians came out and said that it wasn't us, because why would we attack the oil facilities of the GCC? If we did that, then that would provoke the Saudi Arabian government to come attack our oil facilities. So we will not do that. And now there's reporting that actually the attacks, the drone attacks against Saudi oil facilities came from Lebanon, all right, from the west rather from the east. And so people now suspect that this is another Israeli false flag meant to provoke conflict within the GCC, meant to bring Saudi Arabia into the war, so that Iran would destroy Saudi Arabia's oil facilities. Okay. And then you have Tucker Carlson, who a few days ago on his show, he revealed something really, really interesting. He said that Qatari officials told him secretly that they had arrested 2 Mossad agents who were suspected of sabotage in Qatar. Okay, now the Qatari government has denied this, and we'll never know the truth, but it makes sense that Mossad would want to try to sabotage and infiltrate the GCC as much as possible, because first of all, they see the GCC, UAE, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar as eventual competitors, but also they're trying to make this war as wide as possible in order to make it easier to achieve the Greater Israel project. So that is the situation right now in Iran and the Middle East.
You know, we are witnessing a conflict between 2 forces, one from the east, the other from the west. These 2 forces are fighting each other. One is not that much eager to fight. It was, I'm talking about Russia, Iran, and China. Mostly they want to communicate. They started communicating with the United States. They continue these negotiations with the United States. They're trying to do their best. On the other hand, you see the behavior of the United States is mostly like the British Empire in its last years. You know, they want to dominate everything. They want to force each and everybody into submission. How do you see this great game, this great power game working out for the region?
Right. So as you point out, America is desperate. It's anxious. It's afraid that its empire is collapsing, and therefore it is lashing out against the world. You know, when America won the Cold War, the entire world celebrated this. You know, remember when the Berlin Wall fell and the jubilation, exhilaration of the Germans when they could unify as a people. And there's great hope in the 90s that American hegemony would lead to Pax Americana, a time of peace and prosperity for everyone. And for the most part, this was true. I mean, you know, if you were in Europe, if you were in the Anglosphere, if you were in China, then yeah, you had a very good time. But unfortunately, America started to become corrupt and arrogant. So after 9/11, America launched these wars in the Middle East for no particular reason. It destroyed Afghanistan as a viable nation state, destroyed Iraq, which in the 1980s was a flourishing, prosperous middle-class nation. It destroyed Libya, destroyed Syria, again, for no particular reasons. And so America start to become this bully in the Middle East in order to enact its certain ideas about the world, okay? And then you have this massive corruption, which led to the 2008 great financial crisis, which almost collapsed the entire global economy. So what's happening was that because America was the only hegemon, most countries of the world were sending their investments to America, and Wall Street became the most powerful entity in America. It led to the financialization of America. So it shipped its manufacturing overseas, primarily to China, and America focused on financial services. And that led to speculation, that led to gambling, that led to risky assets like derivatives. And ultimately, this system imploded in the 2008 great financial crisis. And not only did no one go to jail for all these crimes and these misdemeanors, but in fact, the financial industry was able to cement its local power over America. And this has led to, first of all, massive inequality in America, where if you are just an average person, the American dream is dead to you. You can no longer afford to buy a house. You can no longer afford to have a family. You can no longer afford to retire. It's led to massive inequality. It's also led to massive corruption, where Washington has been completely co-opted by the financial elite. Both the Democrats and Republicans serve the financial elite of Wall Street. And the third thing is that it's led to complacency. It's led to arrogance. America no longer makes things. It just makes things up. I mean, America has become this fantasy land. And so, yeah, so the American empire was not sustainable. But at the same time, the American empire still has the greatest military in the world. And the Russians were really the first to challenge American global hegemony by invading Ukraine. And at that time, the Americans did three things, right? The first thing that they did was they sanctioned Russia, which meant that Russia is no longer able to trade with anyone through the SWIFT system, the financial architecture of the world. You know, so the SWIFT system, the Russians were banned from. Second thing that they did was split in theft, where $300 billion of Russian assets were seized by the Europeans and the Americans. $200 billion still sits frozen in European banks. You know, a few months ago, the Europeans were discussing the possibility of using these Russian stolen money to finance the war in Ukraine. And the third thing that the Americans did was blockade or ask Europe to stop buying cheap Russian energy. We know exactly what happened afterwards, okay? The Nord Stream pipeline was blown up, and Germany was forced to pay 50% more for its energy needs from the Americans, liquefied natural gas from the Americans, and so the German economy basically collapsed, right? So by using its imperial powers, what America did was not really destroy Russia. Actually, America destroyed its reputation, right? Because if you can just steal money that people put in your banks, no one's going to put any money in your banks anymore. And so this has led to a massive downgrade in the power of the U.S. currency, the U.S. dollar. It's America cannibalized its own allies. Europe has collapsed economically. Germany is suffering really, really badly. And it's really emboldened the world to stand up against America. So remember, what happened after the Russian war is that the aura of inevitability and invincibility that sustained the American empire start to be broken. And then you have these nations in Africa who started to seek self-sufficiency. They wanted national sovereignty over their own resources. And so they threw out, the French colonial powers, they threw out the French military, the Sahel, right? And so we're seeing this throughout the world. And so under Trump, the response is to show the world that America still is the global hegemon and that America has no peer adversary. And that's why we saw the kidnapping of Maduro, President Maduro from Venezuela, which is a blatant violation of international law. It was a complete humiliation of the Venezuela nation state as well its people. And then, of course, remember that they paraded Maduro on the streets of New York as though he was this captured war prisoner. And so it's humiliating for him as well. And then after Venezuela, of course, you have this war in Iran. And this war in Iran was, again, meant to show the world that America still has it, that the American empire cannot be challenged. And now it's kind of blow up in their face, okay? But that's a background as to how this war started.
I think for many years, with the outcome of the British Empire, which is the, all these Arab states are the output of the British Empire. And then you see the American bases in these countries. A country like Saudi Arabia, who has a defense budget of 10 times, more than 10 times of the defense budget of Iran.
Do you realize how much money this will save us? What's that? I just built a budgeting app with Base 44. Look,
And they're not even capable of defending themselves. They need American bases in their countries. Who are these Arab states, and what is the agenda? Because so far from what we've seen in this, it wasn't less than, it was 7 days, 8 days that we have this conflict between Iran and the United States, this war that totally devastated all these American bases in the Persian Gulf. And that's why, the early, warning system in Israel is not working the way it was before the war started. And they're somehow blind, and they don't know how to predict these missiles that are getting to Israel. On the other hand, you mentioned something so important, which is the invasion on the ground in Iran. That we had the Iranian foreign minister having an interview with MSNBC, said that we are prepared. We are prepared for them. And how do you see the whole game in the Middle East, and how this war is not a game anymore? The war is killing people. And
right. So first of all, it's important to understand that these GCC countries, they are artificial constructs of empire. Okay, so let me explain what I mean by that. First of all these nations were supported, they came into being because of the British Empire, right? So Saudi Arabia, the House of Saud, they were put in power by the British Empire as a counterweight to the Ottoman Empire. So it's this great game, and the British Empire just put their puppets into place into different Middle East countries because they knew that these countries had massive amounts of oil, and that oil would be the great wealth of the 20th century. And so it was all planned before. So all these monarchies, they owe their they owe their allegiance to empire, right? So after the British Empire fell, the American Empire replaced them, and so and then the American Empire maintained this sort of vassal relationship with these Gulf states. Now, it worked out great for these Gulf states because you were under the protection of the American military, and at this time during the Cold War, your adversary was Soviet Union, and because of MAD, mutually assured destruction, these two countries would not go to war against each other, right? And so the Middle East countries could sell oil to everyone, and so they didn't have to pay for defense, and it was making all these billions of dollars, trillions of dollars, just selling oil. So it was like the best deal in the world, and that allowed these GCC countries to expand, okay, to grow their population, to build cities. But the problem with these GCC nations is that they don't actually have the building blocks of nations. They don't have access to fresh water. 60% of their water comes from desalination plants. They don't have access to their own food. They import 89% of their food from overseas, and they don't have an indigenous population capable of 21st century knowledge economy. Okay, so they basically import their knowledge workers as well from overseas. So these are not viable nation states. And for the longest time, people were so dazzled by the wealth, the glitz of the Middle East, that people really didn't understand this fundamental issue. And so the entire GCC is just a giant mirage created by American empire as well as post-Cold War peace and prosperity. And now this Iran war, this mirage has been shattered. And now everyone understands how easy it is to destroy any of these nation states. What's happening in Bahrain right now is literally a revolution, because most of the country, about 50% actually, is Shia minority, and they are ruled over by the Sunnis, and so there's a religious dynamic going on. And the Bahrainians are naturally sympathetic towards the Iranians, and they don't like the fact that the American Fifth Fleet is based in Bahrain. So now that there's this war going on, and now that the Iranians are striking at U.S. military bases, and now that the Americans killed the Ayatollah Khamenei, which is a religious leader, the Ayatollah is a religious leader of the Shia, all around the world, not necessarily in Iran, and a fatwa, a religious decree has been released calling for Shia Muslims to jihad, right? And that's why you have all these uprisings in Pakistan, in Iraq, in Kuwait, and Bahrain. So Bahrain is actually on the verge of revolution. So that just shows you how unstable these countries are, even though they're extremely wealthy. UAE had an image of being the Middle East version of Hong Kong, Singapore, New York, London, this financial hub where wealthy expats can go and not pay taxes and enjoy, Michelin star restaurants. It's a wonderful city. Dubai is a wonderful city, but again, it's just based on its reputation of being very wealthy and being peaceful and being safe. And so one drone just shattered this image, and now you have everyone trying to flee Dubai. Apparently, like luxury star hotel rooms in Dubai today go as low as like $9 US dollars. So if you want like a cheap vacation and you're looking for adventure, I would recommend Dubai. But good luck getting a flight into Dubai, because the Emirates have canceled all flights because of this war going on. Okay, so the UAE is not going to last after this war. Saudi Arabia is also in a lot of trouble because Riyadh, which is a city of millions of people, and before, like 30 years ago, it was a city of like a few 100,000. Why was it a city of a few 100,000? Because it didn't have access to water. It was just a desert. And so with millions of people, you need these massive desalination plants. But then you can blow these desalination plants up easily with a drone, okay, with a $50,000 drone, and completely destroy Saudi Arabia. Okay, so these GCC nations are not sustainable in the long term. Plus the fact that Saudi Arabia for the longest time has been trying to transition out of its oil economy. For the longest time, it was dependent on oil, and now in the past 10 years, they recognize that they need a knowledge economy. They recognize that they need more tourism. That's why they spent billions of dollars to bring in e-gaming, to bring in football stars like Cristiano Ronaldo, to build new attractions. They wanted to build like an indoor ski slope in Saudi Arabia in a desert. They had something called the Nome, the line, which is like literally the straight line that went across the Arabian Peninsula. And any architect could tell you, like, these are all just crazy dreams. And these crazy dreams were enabled because of hubris, because of all this money and wealth that was flowing to Saudi Arabia. But again, all this was just based on the belief that peace and prosperity could continue forever, when in fact the world was a much more fragile place. Not any of these nations in the GCC are actually real nation states with real.
Missionary salute to my brother LRP for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. Absolutely appreciate that love, soldier. Salute to you. He definitely dropped knowledge. That's why I put him on here.
A real population that wants to sustain these nation states. Okay, that's the first point. These Arab states are a construct of empire. The second point I will make is this: the American military, for the longest time, didn't actually have to fight a real war. Okay, so the last real war that I fought was probably Vietnam. The Persian Gulf War in 1991 was not a real war. It's a video game where you have these airplanes, high-tech airplanes, which were able to incinerate Saddam Hussein's soldiers. I mean, just look at the visuals from the first Persian Gulf War. It was not a real war. It was just a video game, essentially. 2003 when the Americans invaded Iraq, what people don't remember is Saddam Hussein did not have any air defense, not one, okay? Why didn't Saddam Hussein have any air defense? Because first of all, he had suffered over 10 years American sanctions, so his nation was too poor to have air defense. The second point is that he knew that he couldn't defend against an American invasion. So what was the point anyway in preparing? Like, if the Americans came, you're dead anyway. So he just gambled and felt that the Americans would not be stupid enough to invade Iraq, because if you invaded Iraq, you would empower Iran. You would make Iran the hegemon or the main power in the Middle East. And why would the Americans want to do that? Okay, so clearly Saddam Hussein was wrong. So 2003, the Iraq War was not a real war as well. So for the longest time, the Americans have not fought a real war. Now they're fighting a real war. And what we're seeing is the American military is not as strong as people believe. And the reason why is the military-industrial complex is first and foremost corrupt. It's not meant to fight wars. It's meant to steal as much money from taxpayers using the justification of wars, right? So during the Cold War, it was not possible for the Soviet Union and for America to actually go head-to-head. So what they did was they invested in very expensive weapon systems that made them look good, which cost a lot of money, which was impressive on paper, but which really didn't do anything, okay? So really it was about flexing rather than about really fighting a conventional war. And that's what we're seeing today in the Middle East, where America has all these really impressive air defense systems, right? The THAAD system, which costs billions of dollars. You have the Patriot system. You have the Iron Dome. I mean, it's all very impressive, but look how ineffective it is against the Iranian assault. And the Iranians have told us they're actually not have yet to release their most advanced weaponry. This week has just been, the old stockpile of drones, of redundant missiles to soften the weapon systems of the air defense systems of the Israelis and Americans and the GCC. And already Israel and the GCC are suffering massive casualties and massive damage. What this war has shown us is that the world really is a mirage. It's a hallucination. What you believe to be true is not actually true.
Look at these two coaches. Coach on the left posts every single day, gets 47 views, maybe 2 likes.
I think many of us are somehow confused with the concept of Israel, because after all, Donald Trump wanted to help Israel, but it seems from what we've seen so far, you see no footages coming out of Israel. And then what is happening in Israel that nobody knows, because it seems that a huge devastation is happening and nobody knows what's going on. But from Iran, we know, as you've mentioned, the footages are coming out. We know where they're hitting and what is the devastation that is happening in Tehran, for example.
Right. So there's a very good reason why there's no footage coming out of Israel. The reason why is Israel was completely humiliated in a 12-day war. Remember, Israel really thought that it would take them like a few days to destroy Iran because their entire strategy was decapitation, right? So they went in to kill the top leadership of the Iranians. And for the first few days, it was really impressive. They were killing these scientists, these generals, these officials, these clerics in their homes. And so that showed you the extent of the Mossad network in Iran. That showed you the extent of the advancement of Israeli weaponry. And it also showed you that Israel had complete dominance over the skies. And this happened because of the fall of Syria, right? So after Syria fell to ISIS, this created this air corridor where now the Israelis can just fly uncontested directly to Iran. And before Syria was the early air defense warning system for the Iranians. That's why they had invested so much in protecting the Assad regime. So in the first few days, it seemed as though Israel was on the brink of destroying Iran once and for all. But the Iranians proved much more resilient than anyone could imagine. And the Iranians started to fire back at the Israelis, and the Israelis were actually suffering a lot of damage, especially in Tel Aviv. And the images coming out of Israel was shocking and actually humiliating. And so the Israelis basically begged the Americans to come in and save them from losing to Iran. And that's why Trump and the Iranians sort of orchestrated or coordinated or choreographed this conflict, right? Where one or two B-2 bombers went in and blew up an empty mountain. And then the Iranians struck back and attacked an empty U.S. base in Qatar. And that was it, okay? And that was the end of 12-Day War. And then if you remember, Netanyahu went to talk to Putin, okay, and asked Putin to do him a favor and talk to Iranians and said, listen, Trump says that we've taken out your nuclear weapons program, your uranium enrichment program, and that's good enough for us. So I promise you, Iran, that we, the Israelis, will not provoke another conflict. There will be peace between us. And Putin delivered that message. That was widely reported at that time. And we really thought that at the end of the 12-Day War, we would have peace in the Middle East because the Iranians have demonstrated to everyone that they will fight back and they can fight back. And Israel doesn't have the capacity to actually destroy the regime, the government in Iran. Unfortunately, that's clearly not what they believe. And so what I think they understood is, you know what, we still want to destroy the government in Iran because that's part of the Greater Israel Project. But in the future, we'll just censor media. We'll just disguise the fact that we're getting destroyed by the Iranians. And that's what's led to this blockade of information from Israel. You're absolutely right in that there's a lot of destruction. There should be a lot of destruction in Tel Aviv and other places because we sort of like see the missile barrages of the Iranians, and they're quite impressive. But the Israelis think that, like if we just hide the fact that we're getting destroyed, then people will think that we're still invincible. Okay, so that's a response to the loss of the 12-Day War. The Israelis is like, we just won't admit we're being defeated. But I mean, right now Israel does not have the capacity to continue this war for much longer. It needs America to send in ground troops, and that's the situation we find ourselves in.
I don't know how capable the ground troops would be because they were begging Kurdish terrorist groups to do something for the United States. That it seems that the Kurdish people, I don't know who are living outside of Iran, in Iraqi Kurdistan, they're going to be part of it or not. But we learned yesterday from Khan media, Israeli media, that Azerbaijan going to join us in this fight. I think they're trying you've mentioned the false flag operation, but we have false flag news coming out because Azerbaijan knows what's at stake if they enter this conflict. It's not just about Iran. Russia would come in. The whole concept of South Caucasus would be in some sort of, Russia was fighting Georgia before the war in Ukraine, started, and they know what's at stake, considering the South Caucasus and the case of Iran. And how do you see the whole concept? Because on one side, we know that they literally are considering ground invasion of Iran. But how capable are they to go that far?
Right. So, as you point out, the American strategy is to use proxies for a ground invasion. And that's what they did very effectively in Syria and Libya, right? Where they finance these rebel groups and then support these rebel groups with air power. And that was very effective, especially in Libya, which really destroyed the government in Libya. But the situation in Iran is actually much more complicated, right? So right now, the Americans are looking at three possible proxies. The first two, as you mentioned, are the Kurds and the Azerbaijanis. And the last group are the Balochs, which neighbors Pakistan. Okay, so that's the southeast corner of Iran. The Azerbaijanis and the Kurds are in the northwest corner of Iran. And the Kurds have a very long history with the Americans. The Kurds have been trying to achieve national self-determination for the longest time. And their best chance was actually in 1991, because at the aftermath of the Persian Gulf War, at that time, President H.W. Bush encouraged the Kurds to rebel against Saddam Hussein. And the Kurds did. There was a massive uprising within Iraq. And the Kurds really believed that now is the opportunity to finally build their own nation. But at the end of the day, what happened was that President George H.W. Bush betrayed the Kurds. And the promises of American air power to support their insurgency never materialized. And what happened was a massive crackdown. Saddam Hussein, I think, used it was just a brutal crackdown that killed hundreds of thousands of Kurds. And if you're the Kurds and you remember this, right? Why would you ever trust the Americans again? And this was not actually the first time. It's happened before, and it's happened like many times afterwards. So the idea that you're gonna give money to the Kurds and they're gonna rush into Iran on your behalf, I think that's a fantasy. Okay, that's point number one. Point number two is the entire intention of using Kurds is as a cannon fodder. Okay, so what you want to do is you want to mask Kurdish insurgents and send them into Iran. And what will happen is the Iranian military will be forced to send in soldiers to counter this attack. And these soldiers will be masked, right? Which makes it perfect for aerial bombardment. But guess who else gets killed in this aerial bombardment? It's the Kurds as well. So these are, this cannon fodder, that meant to bait the Iranians into conflict so that they can all be destroyed. And the Kurds aren't stupid. They know exactly what's going on. And the reason why they seem as though they're willing to go in is because they can probably rip off a lot of money from the Americans and Israelis, right? They can probably get a lot of weapons, a lot of money, a lot of gold, and a lot of assurances from the Israelis and the Americans. The idea that these guys are going to go in and sacrifice their lives so that Israel and America can advance their military objectives is just absurd. No one's that stupid. And then you have Azerbaijan, right? Why the hell would Azerbaijan get into this war, especially because Russia's to the north, right? Why give the Russians and the Iranians the perfect excuse to split your nation into two? If the president of Azerbaijan is stupid enough to actually enter Iran with a ground invasion, I guarantee you that Azerbaijan as a nation state will not last very long. Russia is looking for the perfect excuse to come in this war to create a land bridge between Russia and Iran. So there's no way Azerbaijan comes into this war. But again, it's good optics, right? The president of Azerbaijan can flex, can huff and puff. The Israelis and Americans will pay him a lot of money. He'll take this money and give it to all his hangers-on, all his supporters, all his psychophons. That makes him look good, okay? But the way these guys are not stupid, they're hustlers. They know exactly how the game works. They know that the Israelis and Americans are desperate for ground forces to advance their military objectives, and they're not going to sacrifice themselves, and they're not going to sacrifice their lives. They're not that stupid, but in the process, they can rip off as much money as possible from the Israelis and Americans, and that's exactly what's going to happen.
John, one of the main questions in the mind of the Arab states today is what is the benefit of American bases in our countries? And they're asking themselves, many people in these countries, wealthy people, are asking, what is the outcome of these bases if they're not defending us, if we're gonna, we are attacked because of these bases. So how do you see the Middle East, the outcome of this conflict, this war, and the influence that it already has on these Arab states?
Well, I mean, listen, for the longest time, these GCC countries had a devil's bargain, right? So the devil's bargain is this. You have these corrupt regimes supported by American military. The American military was not in these nations to protect the nation. It was to protect the royal family, to make sure the royal family obeyed orders coming from Washington, D.C. These GCC nations are really the linchpin of the American empire, where they sell petrodollars and then recycle these petrodollars into the American financial system. The AI bubble right now in the United States, it's completely financed by the GCC nations, right? The entire American economy now depends on the building of data centers, which are not very profitable, and which are very bad for the environment. And so the GCC nations aren't able to finance the building of these data centers. An entire Ponzi scheme, this financial pyramid, this mirage of AI economy collapses. Okay, so these ruling families are corrupt, they're arrogant, they're dictatorial, and they use these petrodollars in order to bribe the citizens as well. So if you're a citizen there, you get free healthcare, free education, free housing, a free job. You have nothing to worry about, okay? And then you import, workers from India, from Bangladesh, from the Philippines, wherever, to do the real work. You hire expatriates from Europe, from England, to be the middle managers. And so they had a very nice deal for the longest time. And now what they're recognizing is, oops, our time is up. This devil's bargain is not going to last very, very longer. Listen. I mean, I don't want to be too rude, but I don't think there's a future for any of these nations after this war.
Your book deserves the same treatment bestsellers get. That is exactly what Spines offers at our premium level.
How do you predict this war, going on and on? Do you see a long war happening between Iran and the United States, which, a long war like what because when the war in Ukraine started, we thought that it could be a short war, because you look at what Russia did in the eastern part of Ukraine, they didn't go that far. They literally captured the eastern part of Ukraine, mostly Russians, and they're trying to protect the Russian ethnicities and, those people who are, even we have some other people, Russian ethnic Russians in Kiev, for example, in Odessa, Nikolaev. They're trying to do their best to protect these people as well. But when it comes to Iran, it has nothing to do with all of those concepts. The United States merely is attacking Iran because of its resources, because Iran is an independent nation. That's why they're attacking Iran. And I don't know how much of what they have in their mind is achievable right now with the current situation of the conflict. Because Donald Trump said that I want to choose, yesterday he said based on Axios, he said to the Arab states, I'm not looking after regime change. I want to choose the next supreme leader of Iran. This has a huge history for Iranians, because the Shah was replaced, it was a coup against the father of the Shah of Iran. Then he was put in the place of his father because of the coup, British coup. And then we had the democratically elected Prime Minister Mossadegh in Iran, which was, there was a coup against him in 1953 to put Shah in charge again. They're trying to achieve something that they have lost it long before. And they're trying to reestablish the mindset I'm talking. It's not the reality, but the mindset in Washington is the same as it was during those days, with the British CIA intelligence trying to make a coup d'etat against the government and putting some other people in the place of them without changing that much the whole system.
Okay, I will say this. Whatever you believe about what is happening, whatever you believe will happen, will be completely wrong. Whatever happened in the past will not apply to what's going to happen right now. This is a unique war. This is something that we cannot use history, the lens of history, to understand. Okay? You go back to the Russia-Ukraine war. I still don't understand why this war is still going on. Russia won this war about 2 years ago. The Ukrainians have lost about 1 million fighting age men. Now they are dragging elderly men, kidnapping them, and putting them on the battlefield. A third of the country has already fled Ukraine. I don't understand why this war is still going on. So from a geopolitical perspective, from a historical perspective, from a military perspective, what's going on in Ukraine doesn't really make any sense to me. Why hasn't Ukraine just surrendered in negotiated terms? Putin doesn't even want all of Ukraine. He just wants what is traditionally Russian, okay, which includes the 4 oblasts up to the Dnipro River, and then he might want Odessa as well. But who cares? You've lost the war. Just give it to him, and let's have peace, right? Why are you still fighting? In fact, the Europeans are saying, like, we're going to draft men, like Germany, Romania. They're like passing laws to draft men into military service. I think that the Europeans are planning by 2029 to enter the war fully in Ukraine. And you're like, well, this makes no sense at all. Why are you doing this? What's the point? The war is lost. Why are you sending young men to die in Ukraine? And no one even knows why they want to do this as well. Remember, Russia has nuclear weapons. You don't want to poke the bear too much, because then you might end up destroying the world. So the traditional understanding of how wars are fought, why they're fought, I don't think you can use them anymore. Okay, I think we're living in a very special time, and the framework that I think you have to use is eschatological, religious. They're doing this not to win wars, to control resources, to obtain oil, to control trade routes. They're doing this for religious purposes, to achieve a certain world that they believe will reflect the divine will of God. So there's a news item where a commander told his troops, this is American commander, and he told his American troops to not be afraid of this war in Iran. And the reason why is that this war will bring about the second coming of Jesus. Trump is divinely ordained. Okay, God picked him in order to start a war in the Middle East that will lead to a chain of events that will bring about the second coming of Jesus. I know this sounds crazy, okay? But keep this in mind, because what's going to happen over the next few months or next few years will even be more crazy. All right, so one thing that's really worrying is the Al-Aqsa Mosque. The Al-Aqsa Mosque is the third holiest site in the Muslim world. Only Mecca and Medina are even more holy. The Al-Aqsa Mosque is where Muhammad ascended to heaven. And there's talk that there'll be a false flag where the Al-Aqsa Mosque is destroyed. And why would it be destroyed? Well, because the Al-Aqsa Mosque sits on a site of the Second Temple, or Solomon's Temple. Okay, and that is considered the holiest site in the Jewish tradition. It is where God lives, right? So if you want God to return to the world, you need to build him a nice home. And that is Solomon's Temple, the third temple they call it. And so they need to destroy the Al-Aqsa Mosque. If you destroy the Al-Aqsa Mosque, this will ignite a religious war between the Muslims and the Jews. Every Muslim will be morally obligated to seek jihad against Israel if you were to destroy the Al-Aqsa Mosque. So why would they do that? Okay, I'm not saying they're going to do that, but I'm saying like things are going to happen. Things may happen that make absolutely no sense. And what I'm telling people, okay, is first of all, get in the mindset wherever you believe about the world, it's going to be thrown out the window, okay? Because if you just use conventional logic to analyze this war in Iran, it makes no sense. Even today, a week after the war started, even though a lot of damage has been done, even though a lot of people have been killed, no one knows why this war is being fought. Trump and his people have not articulated any real reason why they seek to destroy Iran. The most we have is, at first, Trump is like, okay, we want to get rid of nuclear weapons. We want to get rid of the possibility that Iran engaged in uranium enrichment. But the Omanis, who are mediating these talks between the Americans and the Iranians, have already told us that the Iranians had already agreed to zero, absolutely zero uranium enrichment, which is something that they were, adamant about for the longest time. Right? They said, we are willing to forever forgo our uranium enrichment program, before they insisted that we are empowered to use uranium enrichment for civilian purposes. And they're like, okay, fine, we'll give that up as well, okay? But not only that, but they relate to the Omanis that, hey, not only are we willing to give up our uranium enrichment program, but we're also willing to negotiate about our proxies, Hezbollah, the Shia militias, Hamas and the Houthis, but we're also willing to negotiate our ballistic missiles program. The Iranians were willing to give Americans everything that they demanded, which were impossible demands to begin with. And the Americans still attacked. So please explain to me that, okay? That's point number one. Then point number two is, Trump then said that, okay, where we attacked because, well, Israel was going to attack first, and we know the Iranians would respond by attacking us, so we have to preempt the Iranians by attacking them first, okay? But then you're like, why didn't you just tell the Iranians not to attack then, right? You are the superpower. You're the ones financing Israel. You're the ones giving Israel all the weapons it has. Just say, if you attack Iran, you're on your own, all right? And now what they're saying is, well, it's because we're controlled by Israel. Are you really telling me a nation of like 9 million people in a desert is able to control an empire of like 330 million people? That's complete utter nonsense, okay? So all the reasons that they're giving us make no sense. It's all lies. It's all deception, okay? What they really want to do is destroy the world. That's what they really want to do. They want to destroy the world because that will force Jesus to return. That is part of Christian Zionist eschatology. And again, you don't have to believe me, okay? But like, ask yourself this. First of all, like, why is this war continuing? Okay, number one, why is this war continuing? Okay. Number two is, why is Trump asking for unconditional surrender? Why is he refusing to negotiate at all? Number three is, why would America want to send in ground troops? Like what's the purpose of that? I mean, like, aren't you destroying Iran from the air already? Why do you have to send in ground troops, man? Number three, okay. And then what you'll see later on is the destruction of the Al-Aqsa Mosque. The plan is this, okay? There's this diabolical plan where Israel will destroy this mosque, the Al-Aqsa Mosque, but they will pretend it's an Iranian missile, okay? So somehow they're going to embed Mossad operatives in Iran to fire a ballistic hypersonic at this Al-Aqsa Mosque, destroying it. And then what they'll say is, like, you see, the Iranians are doing this to provoke us. It's Iranians who are planting this false flag, okay? And what they want to do is create this war between the Arabs and the Persians. So these people are insane. They're crazy. This entire thing is crazy. Take whatever you believe about the world and throw it out the window, okay? Just do that. And then you might understand what's going on. You might understand what's going on. But if you insist on reading history and say, well, in 1979, the Shah was overthrown and the Americans are pissed about that, you're not going to get anywhere here.
John, do you see the war getting nuclear?
Yeah, that's a really good question, okay? All right. So already discussing the possibility of nuclear weapons. And the reason why is that a lot of Iran's ballistic missile capabilities are buried deep underground. And so you cannot actually destroy these facilities using conventional weapons. Even the mother of all bombs, right? Just a huge bomb. Bunker busters get you nowhere, okay? So a tactical nuclear nuke would not destroy the underground facilities, but it would basically seal the entrances. It would make it unlivable. It would cause so much radiation, okay? So that if you want to win the war conventionally, then you might have to use tactical nuclear weapons, especially if the ground invasion goes wrong, okay? But there's certain problems with the use of tactical nuclear weapons, okay? The first thing is this. Sergei Lavrov, the Russian foreign minister, has already said that Russia will ensure the success and the survival of the Iranians, all right? So already there's talk among the Russians that they will support Iran fully at some point, okay? Already we know that Russia is providing targeting information and intelligence to Iranians. And that's what NATO did during the Ukraine war. So basically, Russia is just doing what NATO did in Ukraine. It's like payback, right? And eventually, I think what's going to happen is this. If there is an actual ground invasion, and if there's actually a threat that Israel or the United States will use tactical nuclear weapons because the war is going wrong, I think what's going to happen, okay, and it's just a guess, okay, but I think a possibility is that Putin announces that Iran is under the Russian nuclear umbrella. An attack, a tactical nuclear strike against Iran will be considered a tactical nuclear strike against Russia. And Russia will respond with tactical nuclear weapons in Ukraine and against Europe. Okay, that is a real possibility. So that's that's one point. Another point is this: we assume the Israelis and the Americans want to win this war militarily, but like let's ask yourself. Let's just say that they want this war because it's for eschatological reasons. Okay, if you actually look at the eschatology of the Jews and the Christian Zionists, if you look at all eschatologies, America should not be in the Middle East. It is against the will of God that America is in the Middle East. Therefore, America needs to leave the Middle East, right, for the eschatology to take place. The eschatology requires for Israel to fight the world. America is not involved, right? So how do you get the American empire, which supports the GCC nations, out of the Middle East? CENTCOM is this vast empire unto itself that has like military bases throughout the Middle East. It has like 50,000 soldiers, right? Well, you get America out of the Middle East if America loses this war, right? So everyone's on the assumption that America is entering this war to win. But it's also possible America entered this war in order to lose, in which case everything's going according to plan. All right. So again, your logic, your understanding of history, your common sense, your belief in the world, fall out the door. Okay. America is not in this war to win. America's in this war to lose.
Then, John, I think with the case of oil, with the case of war, Greater Israel, it always comes to a concept of how BRICS would react, what is the future for BRICS, what is the future? Because in my opinion, the South Caucasus is the heart of Eurasia. And how do you see BRICS? Because India, somehow you see India is so silent right now. They're dependent on Russia. And we have, I would say, somehow some sort of perfect combination of energy and production within BRICS, with Iran, Russia, and China. A perfect some sort of partnership between these players. And how do you see the whole game in influencing the concept of BRICS?
The BRICS doesn't matter. I've never thought about BRICS. I've never researched BRICS. If someone talks about BRICS, I clue out. I think about something else. Okay, I don't care about BRICS. Why? Because today, okay, we live in the law of the jungle. Who is strong wins. Who is weak dies. Who is strong are those who are willing to fight for what they believe in. If you are willing to make military power, you matter in this world.
When I started my record label, the business side of things, taxes, finance.
If you are not willing to
and never forget, this is a DEI war. People not qualified for the jobs, like Pete, Christian Crusade, headset, DEI. Wasn't supposed to have that job. Trump, he's not supposed to have that job. He's not qualified, looks like. You get the job. Sometimes you can't, it don't fit you. They is destroying the empire forever with their white supremacist views. And like biblically, in the good book, the Most High will harden their heart. Like biblically, happened to Pharaoh, your heart will get hardened. So they keep committing this folly until it's the end of them. It's not meant to stop.
It's that simple. Forget BRICS. It doesn't matter. Forget this, Shanghai Gold Corridor. Forget about, this unit currency. Forget about trade. None of this matters anymore. We are now in a new world where it's the law of the jungle. might makes right. If you're willing to die for what you believe in, if you're willing to send troops to fight for what you believe in, then you matter. If you are not willing to do so, then you'll just sit back and be destroyed one by one. It's that simple.
Yeah. John, the other situation with the case of the Middle East would be how Iran as a country may decide about its future, because you know what has happened in Russia when before the war in Ukraine started. They were people who were thinking that they can make a partnership with the West, with the United States. And we have two sort of forces in both Russia and Iran, and these forces who are mostly neoliberals or close to liberals in the United States. They feel that the United States we may trust the United States, we may negotiate with them, but as the war in Russia, in Ukraine, and as we are witnessing the war in Iran, and this conflict this is a huge conflict in the Middle East. And how do you see the politicians, the decision makers in these countries deciding about their future? Where is the future in their mind?
First of all, we assume nation states are the main organizing unit of the world. We also assume that the leaders of these nation states actually matter. And I think both of these assumptions are problematic. Maybe the people who control Russia, China, the United States, Israel are the same people. I mean, there is that possibility, right? So, I mean, again, I think you have to, given this war in Iran, you have to clear your mind. Okay, you have to examine your own assumptions about the world. That this is a war of resources between Iran and the United States. I don't think it is. And again, time will tell. Okay, I don't want to say too much because people will think I'm insane, but I don't think that nation states are really the powers that people think they are. There are other organizations, there are other entities that are above nation states. We saw that in the Epstein files, right? Everyone assumed that Jeffrey Epstein was this Mossad agent or CIA who was blackmailing these powerful Americans in order to garner support for Israel. But there were certain things that happened when we actually read the Epstein files that's very confusing. First of all, why are Bill Gates and Reid Hoffman, why are they going to Jeffrey Epstein begging for money? Bill Gates was the richest man in the world. Reid Hoffman is a billionaire. Why are they going to Jeffrey Epstein and begging for money, right? And then you have Elon Musk, who's very wealthy, and he wants to party with Jeffrey Epstein. He's sort of almost bothering Jeffrey Epstein, like, hey man, I hear you for these wonderful parties. Can I join you? And then they use these code words like pizza and grape soda. All right. So again, the Epstein files, if you just look at the Epstein files, the way you think power works, the way you think that the world is run is probably wrong. It probably is.
Yeah. You've mentioned that the war in Ukraine was lost 2 years ago. How do you predict the war in Iran? How do you see the escalation? And what would be the meaning? Because one win or the other lose, or what is the outcome in your opinion? What would be the outcome?
I mean, the outcome is very simple. The outcome has been preordained. The outcome is to kill as many people as possible, to destroy the entire global economy, to destroy Iran, to force the United States out of the Middle East, to destroy the Gulf nation states, to suck Turkey into the war, to lead to the creation of the Greater Israel Project and eventually Pax Judaica, and then eventually to create conditions for another world war called the War of Gog and Magog, where Russia and Iran attack Israel together, which will usher in the end of the world. That's a script. That's a plan they have in mind. So it's all been preordained. It's all been scripted out, and that's exactly what's going to happen. And it's only a question of like time frame, like how long will this thing take? But they will send ground troops into Iran. It will be a disaster, and Iran will be shattered. America will be forced out of the Middle East, and Israel will become the only standing power in the Middle East. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah. Do you feel that the leadership in the Middle East, in the West Asia, would be mostly influenced by Israelis? Because how you mentioned a nation of 9 million people, and we know that they haven't the capabilities, the numbers to occupy all of this land, and how they're gonna manage that, because it's not just about Iran, Turkey. You mean that they're gonna start with Iran, then they go after Turkey, but the whole region, physically, Israel is not capable of doing this.
So, dude,
yes, they are. Yes, they are. Because again, you have these assumptions about how the world works and how power is controlled. You need population. No, you don't. Nowadays, with AI, with technology, what you can do is this. You can import labor. I'm saying after this war is over, okay? When millions are dead and the Gulf states are destroyed. I mean, you have a lot of loss of life in Iran as well, and in Israel as well. And Israel is trying to be the global empire. So it needs labor, as you point out, right? So what do? Well, you import the labor from India, from China, and from the Philippines. And what do? You microchip them, right? So that you can surveil them. You can control their emotions. You feed them drugs. They're your slaves. You have like millions and millions, 100 million of these people who will be the humanoid robots of your empire. And it can all be done with current technology. You don't have to actually build new technology to do this, but you will need an AI surveillance state. And that's why Palantir is so valuable, right? Because the idea is for these companies, these AI companies are now being incubated in the United States, Palantir specifically, to come over to Pax Judaica, to come over to Israel and run the surveillance state. That is the plan.
Yeah. And do you think that the war is getting to the East Asia? Is going to get to Japan, South Korea? How do you see? Because it's not, if we think of the big plan would be, Russia, Iran, then go Taiwan, maybe China, maybe Japan and Korea, bring them to the conflict with Taiwan. Taiwan is somehow different, is a little island that can be somehow controlled. And it's not like through Ukraine that you can feed the Ukrainians with the weapons underground. How do you see the big picture of the world?
Look, if you talk about Southeast Asia, all right, again, your assumptions about the world are just wrong. It's a law of the jungle now. Whoever's willing to fight, who's ever willing to die, will win. And
yeah, it seems that we've lost Jian here.
Right,
and let me see. Yeah, you're back. You're back.
Look,
Yeah.
Look, you have to see the world not through economic lens. Okay, the economy doesn't matter. It's all about the willingness of your population to fight wars and to die for what they believe in. Okay, and there are exactly 4 nations in Southeast Asia that have a history of dying for what they believe in. Okay, this include Japan, South Korea, North Korea, and Vietnam.
Mm-hmm.
The war for Southeast Asia will be between these 4 nations.
Wow. Wow. And you see Iran and Russia surviving the current conflict?
So Russia is clearly winning the war in Ukraine, and Russia will become a dominant power in Europe, which will force the rise of Germany as a response to Russia. So what's going to happen is that the American empire is going to finance and support the rise of Germany as a counterweight to Russia. But I think that even though they may fight some wars, I think in the long term, what will happen is a grand alliance between Germany and Russia. And that is the new power in the world. I think a grand alliance between Germany and Russia will be unstoppable. In Japan, in Southeast Asia, the new power will be Japan. Okay, so these are the three major powers in the world: a German-Russian alliance, Israel in the Middle East, and then Japan in East Asia. America will emerge in the Western Hemisphere because they have no competitors, but we can expect that America will have a lot of issues. It'll have civil wars. It will have to defend its territories in South America, in the Caribbean, against guerrilla insurgents who want their sovereignty. But the world is heading towards a new place, a brave new world. We've never seen it before. It'll be complete chaos. And quite honestly, the goal is to kill as many people as possible because the world can't sustain 8 billion people. So you're trying to create as many conflicts as possible to reduce the population so that the population will be easier to govern, to create compliance. So again, I don't want to say too much because, I don't want to come across as conspiratorial or deranged or insane. But if you want to survive what's coming, you have to mentally prepare yourself. You have to tell yourself that maybe what I believe of the world is wrong. Maybe BRICS doesn't matter. Maybe China doesn't matter. Maybe it's all just a delusion. Maybe it's all these lies that the media has been feeding us in order to make us not understand what's really going on. Okay, what's really going on is not a financial war. What's really going on is not a material war, a military war. What's going on is a spiritual war. All right, that's what.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
That's what's really going on.
But the United States is not that capable, Gian, after all. The United States has been fighting all of these wars and they were defeated in all of them. And just remember, these are the facts. They've been in Afghanistan for 20 years. They got it from Taliban and they delivered it to Taliban before leaving Afghanistan. Afghanistan today is not in the hand of the United States anymore. Iraq is the same. Just look at what is happening right now in Iraq. They're not, all of the bases, the US military bases in Iraq, they were destroyed with all the weapons they had there. And so how much power do they have to pursue that agenda? I don't see that happening because of the United States is not, getting stronger. They're not getting stronger in the West Asia.
Look, your understanding of the world is limited, okay? You think the United States actually matters. You think the United States went into Afghanistan, went to Iraq to win the war, to control these places. But Julian Assange, he said something really important. What he told us is this: the point is not to have successful wars. The point is to have never-ending wars so that a military-industrial complex, this transnational security system can steal from the American taxpayer, okay? So what you need to understand is this: America, this nation state, it's just a host. What matters is the parasite. What matters are the secret societies, these transnational capital groups. That's who controls the world, okay? And these are the ones behind everything, right? China and Israel and the United States. And they choreograph these wars in order to extract as much wealth as possible from their nation state hosts before the nation state collapses. All right, that's what's happening. These parasites intend for America to lose this war in Iran so that they can collapse the entire American economy and drive millions and millions into abject poverty where they will own nothing and be happy. That's the game plan here. You have $40 trillion in debt. The only way that you can get rid of this debt is by destroying the American economy, by collapsing the American economy.
Yeah. you mean that the United States right now, the agenda would be to be defeated in Iran, or they're meant to be winning in Iran?
What I mean to say is that the United States is not in control of the United States. That's what I mean to say. 80% American people do not want this war in Iran. Okay, 80% of the American people are like, we don't want this war. Most people are against this war, even though traditionally, once a nation enters a war, the public is very supportive of the military. But the American people are not supportive at all of this war. Then there's talk of ground troops. The American public, again, do not want ground troops in Iran. Guess what? Doesn't matter. No one cares. No one cares what the American public wants. About 99% of Americans say, you know, we don't want this war. They're still going to fight this war. So clearly, America is not a democracy. All right. So, and then it's like, well, okay, in like November, we'll have these midterms and the Democrats will come in and stop this war. Well, let me tell you this. Even if the Democrats were to win the midterms, and that is also suspicious and unlikely given what's happening. But even if the Democrats were to win the midterms, when they come to office, Congress would still allow Trump to fight this war. Okay? The Democrats have done absolutely nothing at all to stop Trump from fighting this war. Congress has a constitutional obligation to declare war. And they should have organized a vote in order to stop the president from declaring war. It's something called the War Powers Act, okay? It should have been scheduled before the war started. And what they did was this. They scheduled the War Power Act debate to be on Tuesday, like 4 days before the actual attack. Okay, so they knew the attack was coming. They scheduled it at a particular time when it would not be relevant, okay? So Congress is not stopping the president. Congress is enabling the president. Ground troops, all right? Ground troops. Not one powerful Democrat has said, I'm against ground troops. What you have is people like Chuck Schumer saying, oh, you know, I've looked at the evidence. I've been briefed by Marco Rubio, and yeah, the situation is worse than we think, you know? So it's all just a deception. It's all just an illusion. It's already been decided what's going to happen. It's all a script, okay? And the idea that actually, you know, the American people can vote their way out of this, no, they can't. You know, it's like 99% of humanity, like even more than 99%. Like, you know, maybe there's only a few thousand people actually in charge of anything. Okay, but they're able to do whatever they want.
But it's all about the United States, and many people, you know, in Iran, they say it doesn't matter what they're thinking of. If they want to invade Iran, come here, and we're waiting for them. That's why they're prepared for the ground invasion. They really feel that they can defeat the United States on the ground as well, and that's the calculation. What you've just mentioned is all about the United States and how they feel. We know the feeling and the agenda of the United States is not the end game. It's not the outcome. The outcome is the combination of both forces, as we saw in Ukraine. And in Iran, you have a calculation of two alternatives, the United States and Iran. The two agendas are fighting each other.
Look,
and it doesn't matter if they want to invade Iran. They're going to respond. They're going to destroy those people who are going to invade Iran.
Look, I mean, I said this many, many times, okay? Look, the United States will invade Iran, and the Iranians will destroy the American invasion force. But what I'm saying is, that's what they want you to focus on. That's what they want you to think about. And I'm saying none of this actually matters.
Yeah.
What really matters is for us to understand who is actually behind the curtain, pulling these strings, okay? Someone is doing this. It's probably not Trump because, I mean, it's not Trump who's doing this. It's other people who are doing this. So first question is like, who is actually doing all this? And how are they actually able to pull this off? And this is actually something that we need to truly understand. That's the war we need to fight. This is not a war between the United States and Iran, that doesn't really matter in the end. It's really about a war of self-knowledge. Do each of us have the will, have the courage to seek the truth out, even though the truth can shatter our very sense of reality, okay? So let me end with this note, okay? Let me tell you what we need to do if we are to win this war individually, okay? Plato's allegory of the cave. Plato's allegory of the cave is this. Everyone is chained to the floor, all right? You're shackled to the floor, you can't move. Even your head, you can't move because of a chain. You can only steer ahead. You're sitting on an empty wall, okay? Behind you is a fire. Behind you is this fire. And then there are certain people, the elite, the true power in the world, they put up these puppets that the fire then reflects as shadows onto the wall. And then what we do is we look at the wall and we create our own reality. Okay, we create a language. We make up stories about these shadows on the wall. And that's the reality that we live in today, where we think it's all real, but it's all an illusion. Okay? And the people behind the fire, pulling the strings, they're the real power. The United States, Russia, China, this war between the United States and Iran, that's all an illusion meant to distract you from trying to turn over and figure out what's really going on behind the scenes. Okay? And that is a challenge for us as human beings, to not be lied into this conflict before us, to think that, okay, it really matters who wins, the United States or Iran. It doesn't really matter. It really matters if Israel becomes an empire or not. It doesn't really matter. It matters if BRICS is successful or not. It doesn't matter. None of this matters. What matters is our understanding of the world. What matters is our desire, our courage to seek the truth, no matter how painful the truth is. That's what matters.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much, John, for being with us today. It was a great pleasure to talk with you. These questions, somehow you
on a rooftop in Tel Aviv. It is 2 a.m. The air raid siren goes off. You have heard it before. You run to the shelter, you wait, and then you hear it. Not one explosion, not two, dozens, scattered across the city, like a storm of metal rain falling from the sky. What just happened up there wasn't a bomb, it wasn't a rocket, it was something far more calculated, far more terrifying, and until very recently, most people had no idea Iran even had this capability pointed at Israel. Hello, I'm Tejas and you're watching Lokmat Times. Today, we are going to break down exactly what just changed in this war and why military experts are saying this escalation is unlike anything we have seen before. But before we start this interesting story, our usual request. Please do subscribe to Lokmat Times if you haven't already and press the bell icon to never miss an update. So let's start with the basics, because this weapon sounds almost science fiction if you haven't heard of it before. A cluster munition is a warhead, but not the kind that creates one big explosion on impact. Instead, picture this. A missile is fired. It climbs to altitude, and somewhere high above the city, maybe 3,000 feet up, the warhead opens like a seed pod cracking open in the wind, and out fall dozens, sometimes hundreds of smaller bomblets, each one the size of a soda can, each one capable of killing anyone in its blast radius. They scattered over a wide area. We are talking several square kilometers, the size of multiple city blocks, all hit at once. One missile, one launch, but the damage spread across an entire neighborhood. That's why these weapons are called cluster munitions. Not one hit, a cluster of hits. And here is the part that keeps military analysts up at night. Even after the initial explosions, many of those small bomblets don't go off on impact. They just sit there in the streets, in playgrounds, on rooftops, waiting, sometimes for years. They are called UXO, unexploded ordnance, and they have killed children in Lebanon, farmers in Laos, civilians in Ukraine, long after the war had moved on. Now here is where it gets really specific and really alarming. Iran isn't just lobbing random rockets. The system they are using is precise, deliberate, and designed to maximize chaos. Here is what we know about the delivery system. Iran is using ballistic missiles, long-range, high-speed rockets that travel in a massive arc through the upper atmosphere before coming down. These aren't the small, unguided weapons of decades past. These are modern missiles capable of reaching Israel from Iranian soil. But the key upgrade, the warhead attached to the nose. Instead of a standard explosive warhead, Iran has fitted these missiles with cluster warheads, the kind that open mid-flight, releasing anywhere from dozens to over 100 submunitions at once. The warhead opens at altitude. Calculations suggest somewhere between 500 to 1000 meters above the ground. That height is not accidental. It is engineered. Open too high and wind scatters the bomblets unpredictably. Open too low and the spread radius shrinks. The sweet spot right around that altitude gives you maximum spread across a target area. The result is a footprint of destruction covering square kilometers. Single missile creates the effect of dozens of simultaneous explosions happening across multiple streets, buildings, and open areas all at once. And critically, there is no single point of impact to hide from. You can't just shelter in one corner of a building. The danger is everywhere. Now, there has been a lot of confusion about how visible or audible these attacks actually are. Some officials initially said the warhead openings were imperceptible, that civilians wouldn't even notice. That is not quite right. Reports from the ground describe something deeply unsettling. Not the single thunderous boom of a conventional strike, but a rapid sequence of smaller explosions, scattered, unpredictable, creating what sounds like a storm rolling through the city. Witnesses describe flashes of light across the skyline, multiple simultaneous sounds, a feeling that the attack was everywhere at once, not coming from one direction, but from all directions. That psychological effect, the sense that nowhere is safe, is part of what makes this weapon so powerful even before you count the physical damage. To understand why this is such a significant escalation, you have to understand Iran's broader strategy, because none of this is happening in isolation. Cast your mind back to Iran's earlier drone campaigns. The Shahid drones, cheap, slow, flying in swarms. Each one costs a fraction of the missile needed to shoot it down. Iran figured out that if you flood the sky with enough cheap drones, you can exhaust Israel's air defenses, financially and physically. It was asymmetric warfare at its most cunning. Make your enemy spend $1 million shooting down a $10,000 drone. Do it 1,000 times. Now, cluster missiles add a completely different layer to that strategy. Where drones were about overwhelming air defenses through sheer numbers, cluster missiles are about overwhelming ground defenses through wide area coverage. You can't intercept 100 submunitions falling across several square kilometers. The Iron Dome is extraordinary, but it is designed for single warheads. Once that warhead breaks apart high in the sky, the calculus changes entirely. And here is the third dimension of this strategy that most people are missing. Cluster munitions are banned under international law. Over 100 countries have signed the Convention on Cluster Munitions. The use of these weapons against civilian populations is considered a war crime by most of the international community. So let's step back and look at the full picture. Iran has been fighting this conflict in what strategies?
Iran didn't sign the convention, Israel didn't sign the convention, and the US didn't sign the convention. So it's all legal.
It's called asymmetric warfare, using unconventional layered tactics to punch far above its weight against a militarily superior opponent. First came the cheap Shahid drones, designed to drain resources and test defenses. Now come the cluster warhead ballistic missiles, designed to cover wide areas, terrorize populations, and create long-term unexploded hazards. This is a strategy built layer by layer. Each weapon chosen not just to kill, but to complicate, to stretch resources, to confuse alliances, to shift the narrative. And the terrifying thing, it is working, at least as a strategy. Because here we are talking about it. The question now is, what comes next? Because in a war this asymmetric, the most dangerous move is always the one nobody sees coming. If you found this breakdown valuable, share it, comment on it, and keep watching Lokmat Times for more such stories.
The beginning of the US-Israeli war of aggression against Iran happened today with the statement of the Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian and his apology to neighboring countries. But what came before this apology, and what does the Iranian president mean by this apology? What are the Arab countries going to do? Who participated in this coordination, and how is it all linked to the Arab frustration with the United States and Israel, and is Iran going to stop the attacks now completely? This happened simultaneously with the launch of the 25th wave. So the attacks are continuing. That's a direct confirmation that the attacks are continuing. There was a statement from Donald Trump that they're going to land the biggest attacks on Iran now too. We're going to go through all of this in this video and discuss the recent developments. Let's begin with the statement of the Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian.
من اینجا لازم از کشورهای همسایه که مورد حمله قرار گرفتن از طرف ایران از طرف خودم عذرخواهی کنم برای اینکه ما این روند با اوضاعی که اتفاق افتاد، فرماندهان ما، رهبر ما، عزیزان ما در حقیقت جان خودشون رو از دست دادن به خاطر تجاوز وحشیانه‌ای که داشت و نیروهای مسلح ما، قهرمانانی که جان مرکفن و زندگیشون کف دستشون گذاشتن که از تمامیت ارضی دفاع کنن، دیگه وقتی فرماندهان نبودن آتش به اختیار تمام اون اقداماتی که لازم بود انجام دادن و با عزت و قدرت از سرزمین ما دفاع کردن. ما قصد تجاوز به کشورهای همسایه نداریم، همان گونه که بارها گفتم اونا برادران ما هستن. ما با این عزیزان در منطقه باید دست به دست هم بدیم و صلح و آرامش رو برقرار بکنیم و امیدوارم این اتفاقاتی که افتاده در تصمیمی که ما دیروز در شورای موقت رهبری ما گرفتیم، این تصمیم به نیروهای مسلح گزارش داده شد که از این به بعد نباید به کشورهای همسایه حمله بکنن و یا موشک بزنن مگر اینکه از اون کشورها بخوان به ما حمله بکنن. و من فکر میکنم این رو ما با دیپلماسی باید حل کنیم تا با دعوا کردن با کشورهای همسایه به مشکل رسیدن. مردم عزیز ما باید بدونن ما در دولت تمام وزرای ما، تمام نیروهای ما و تمام وجود پای کارن. تا جایی که دست ما بر بیاد کوتاهی نخواهیم کرد. ما خدمتگزار این مردمیم. ما تلاش خواهیم کرد که هیچ مشکلی از طرف ما برای مردم عزیز ما به وجود نیاد. ولی واقعیت این است که جنگ است و ما خودمون رو برای که جنگ آماده کردیم و آماده خواهیم کرد و از خداوند بزرگ در این ماه مبارک میخوام که به ما این باور و این ایمان و این اعتقاد رو عطا بکنه تا بتونیم از تمامیت کشورمون، از سربلندی و عزت مردممون با قدرت و با عزت دفاع کنیم و برای آیندگان درسی باشه که ایرانیان در تمام صحنه‌هایی که نیاز باشه با هم، ما باید با هم باشیم و امیدوارم کشورهای همسایه که یه سری از گروه‌ها و یا جناح‌ها در فکر اینن که از این فرصت بخوان به خاک ما حمله کنن، این پیام رو میدم بهتره که بازیچه دست امپریالیسم نشن. ممکنه ما با هم اختلاف داشته باشیم، ممکنه ما با هم گلایه‌هایی داشته باشیم، ولی الان به پشتیبانی از اسرائیل که نسل کشی داره میکنه و آمریکا که داره قلدری میکنه، حضور اینها برای همیشه یک رنگ بی عزتی، بی غیرتی، نمیدونم چجوری بگم، بازیچه دست استعمارگران و نسل کشان شدن خیلی بده برای کسانی که تصور میخوان آزادی و عزت خودشون رو به دست بیارن. عزت رو در کنار روباها و در کنار دروغگویان و در کنار جهانخواران نمیشه به دست آورد. اگر ما اختلافی داریم بهتره با هم بشینیم حل کنیم، ولی بازیچه اسرائیل و آمریکا نشین. سربلند و پیروز و موفق باشید انشاءالله.
I want you to imagine the scene when you meet them in the hereafter. Those people that showed up on your phone who cried out and said, "Where is the world?"
So very clear words coming from the Iranian president, Masoud Pezeshkian, in relation to the Arab country or the neighboring countries. To be fair, he didn't name a country. He said the neighboring countries for these attacks, and that decision was made following the American and Israeli sides, of course, crossing a red or black line with Iran. Does that mean that the aggression stopped and is the war going to stop now? No, that's very far from it. This is a very important development, though. And I will get to you, and I will get to exactly why. Immediately after that, there was a statement issued by the spokesperson of the armed forces of Iran saying that from the first day of aggression, we have targeted the locations from which the aggression against Iran was launched. We are committed to the principle of good neighborliness and have not targeted any country from whose territory we have not been attacked. We respect the sovereignty of all countries and adhere to the decisions of the Leadership Council, and we will never back down from confronting the aggression. We will continue to strengthen resolve to confront the American-Israeli aggression. That statement came from the spokesperson of the Iranian armed forces from the Khatam al-Anbiya HQ in Iran after the statement of the Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian, and Iran launched an attack. Iran launched the 25th wave of attacks with Qadr missiles and Fattah missiles at US and Israeli targets, as we can see in this video over here. So these were the attacks. Immediately after the statement of the Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian and the statement of the IRGC. But despite the call and the apology for neighboring countries, he mentioned one very important thing. So long as the attacks don't come against us, we will not attack. But there was an attack. Does that mean that there was another attempt? This happened in the UAE near the airport, or in the airport in the UAE. Have a look at this.
It's another drone. I don't know if you can see or not. It's coming to the airport again. Yeah, straight to the airport.
So does that mean that there was an attack coming? And does this mean that Iran will only be attacking so long as there is activity? Firstly, their attacks against American and Israeli assets in the Gulf states came following confirmed moves coming from the United States in bases in the region that were targeting Iran, despite the fact that Arab countries said that we will not allow the United States to use its bases in the region to attack Iran. Iran has been pounding them and hammering them for the past 7 days. Iran destroyed THAAD systems, radar systems, costing the United States tens of billions, if not hundreds of billions of US dollars. And Iran, in many cases, continued to target every single base up until they were completely destroyed and flattened. That means that they were used to attack Iran, whether it's providing intel and participating directly, logistic support, whatever it is. And the fact that there was an attack in the Dubai International Airport today confirms that there was some sort of activity, or people, by the way, because Iran said we're going to target anyone who is participating in this aggression against us in the airport. Therefore, they attacked it. That means the apology of the Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian doesn't mean that there won't be attacks if they would be using territories of other Arab countries to target Iran. But why did this come now exactly? And who participated in all of this? Yesterday we spoke about the Arab countries, the big economies from the Arab states, discussing withdrawing from US contracts over the Iran war. And there's a lot of resentment and anger towards Donald Trump that was very visible. And many people spoke about it. Who did you consult before you attacked us? Why did you drag us into this war? We don't want to be a battlefield. And although there were statements to condemn Iran's attacks on their soil, many voices from Arab states said that we must not be dragged into this war with Iran, because this is what the United States and Israel want eventually, to lead us to a full-blown confrontation with the Iranian side so that they can reap the rewards and capitalize on the situation. And there was a revelation yesterday that there was a secret channel formed, led by Saudi Arabia, with direct talks with Iran. Iran destroyed many, if not all, of the United States bases in West Asia, in the Arab states to be specific, that were used against it. They're going to take a lot of time to rebuild, assuming they would. The calls from the Arab states to cut the ties with the United States and not allow them, not cut the ties completely, but not allow the United States to have military presence in them, are growing. And that could have been part of the talks that Iran had with the Arab states. Why? There were also reports of Russian mediation from Vladimir Putin. Why? Because think about it this way. The United States wasn't able to defend its assets in Arab countries. The only country that stopped the attacks of Iran on US assets in Arab countries is Iran. What does that mean? That means that Iran is the only country that was able to stop these attacks by simply not deploying all of its missiles to attack them. So the protection comes from Iran by lack of attack, not by the United States through bases that they claim are for defense. That argument is over. The argument is over once and for all. The United States isn't capable of defending any of these countries, and these bases were actually intended as a bait to drag Iran for a situation like we have seen at the moment, to attack them when they have been used against it in an Israeli-led aggression, because there's a blackmailed president of the Epstein regime being on Netanyahu's leash. But thankfully, we have some wise people in the Arab world and in Iran as well, who understand the game very, very well. And mind you, Iran's attacks on these assets and individuals and people involved in this aggression is in the thousands of attacks in the past week. That means that we're looking at a new page here, and the call of the Iranian president to build a new future without this American and Israeli meddling is now ringing with some of the establishments in the Arab countries to lead to a different future where the United States is actually no longer has any assets in the region. They have completely proven to everyone, to the whole world, that they are unable to, and they prioritize Israel. They prioritize Israel with everything. They actually view them as above them. And Netanyahu has Donald Trump on a leash. Americans are dying for war for people who view them as below them, as goyim who are below them, because their president is blackmailed. But does that mean that the war is over? No, the war is not over. As a matter of fact, the attacks that were conducted today, one report said that they were attacking, of course, Israeli and American assets. There was this attack in the Dubai airport, confirming that there was a figure participating in these attacks against Iran. And mind you, the United States, they already said we're removing thousands of people. Trump said that we're removing thousands of people. And now Trump is saying that we are planning a very big attack against Iran. What could the next phase look like? The following phase, the next coming days. Donald Trump, after realizing the might and power of Iran, might come to a conclusion that it's not worth it to continue, assuming that he has any authority and assuming that that is also accepted by the Israeli side, that we need to stop these attacks because there's going to be a strategic shift that would be harmful. He would need to sell it to the Israeli side. There's going to be harmful for the Israeli side in the long term, and portray this as a victory. He will tell the American people, oh, look, we took down the Ayatollah and we targeted their missile capabilities. Whatever garbage and propaganda that he wants to give the American people, who would be happy to hear it so they can feel comfortable with themselves that there was like a successful campaign there. Although the vast majority of the Americans know exactly what's happening. That's the first option, and then there could be a solution, and then there would be a new page being opened. Iran would gradually ease the closure, lifted, of the Hormuz Strait, Strait of Hormuz. Things will start going back to normal slowly, assuming that that would happen. The second option is, well, the United States just lost its main power point, its main hub to attack Iran, bases in the Gulf. And they clearly prioritized using the bases in the Gulf rather than the USS Abraham Lincoln, because that would have put them in even more trouble. So the United States, in effect now, if it's losing the Arab countries and losing its assets there, they're unable to conduct anything. And Iran told them that apology didn't mean that they're not going to attack. If one attack comes from any country, they will continue. And they proved it immediately by having this attack in Dubai airport, which means that they're going to continue. The Arabs, they don't want that. The Arab countries thought that they would be neutral in many cases, look for diplomacy and peace and prosperity and what have you. But the American side spat on them, literally. This is a spit from America on the Arab countries for the sake of Israel. They spat on every single Arab leader who constantly has good ties with the United States of America by dragging all of them into this conflict, knowing that Iran would retaliate, probably not to this extent, but knowing that there would be retaliation, there would be a risk against these assets. Thankfully, of course, Iran was very accurate in its attacks, and there are hardly any casualties. We're talking about very carefully calculated attacks, unlike the barbaric attacks of America and Israel, by the way. No, Iran is not like that. Iran is actually humane. It calculates things properly. They don't have a mentality of just kill civilians left, right. No. Especially not with their Arab brothers and sisters. That doesn't work like that. And the Arab states understand that very well. And that's why most of the resentment is coming towards the American side. That means that the United States will have to start using assets from only the aircraft carriers. Diego Garcia, but that's going to be a very long distance and it's going to be very problematic. They're going to have to do a lot of refueling or start using bases from Turkey or any other regional country towards the north or the east of Iran. They don't have a lot to the east of Iran, by the way, but we're talking about Turkey, maybe something from Azerbaijan. Are they going to do that? Is that where things are headed to? Unlikely. So we're seeing a United States in a situation where everything is degrading. Its capability to conduct attacks, assuming that the Arab countries will actually not allow any of them to participate, including Jordan, or conduct all of the attacks from Israel and have this back and forth journey of strikes simultaneously with attacks from the aircraft carriers coming from either the Gulf of Aden, from that area, the Arabian Sea, or trying to, assuming that they dare, by the way, they just fled, they're 1,000 kilometers away from Iran, in the Persian Gulf. Is that going to work from the United States side? They have the capacity. It's not that they don't. They do have the capacity to carry out strikes, but their air defense systems and radars are wiped off the map. No more THAADs. The remaining operating THAADs are in Israel now. That's it. And the resistance is targeting them. And also Iran is targeting Israel very heavily because of this destruction in the THAAD systems and radars in the Gulf. Israel now has only 30 seconds warning before an Iranian missile lands and no early warning because Iran targeted the early warning radars in North Qatar and Bahrain. One of them was worth $1.1 billion US. That means Israel doesn't know when the missiles get launched from Iran or where from. You saw the missile launches. They have no idea where it's coming from. They didn't target. They haven't even touched their missile capability. What are we talking about? They didn't even touch Iran's missile capabilities. Iran's just playing. They have the main bulk is under the ground, ladies and gentlemen. It's hidden, it's untouched. So this puts more pressure on Israel. Trump is still in it, though. Is he going to gradually start to take himself out and leave Israel to it? And will that be something that is acceptable by Israel? Will Benjamin Netanyahu try and exploit the situation, try and apply more pressure on Donald Trump, whether it's through more blackmailing or anything else? Possibly. But what's for sure is we haven't ended. There is definitely a new phase. And the next phase that's going to take place in the war will prove the dynamics of the next few weeks, assuming this would continue and there wouldn't be a solution. Because many people are trying to stop this now before it gets disastrous for everyone. From Iran, of course, that was a defense. There was a war of aggression. There was an act of terrorism against them, an illegal campaign. From the Arab countries, they didn't want any part of this. The only people who are happy and smiling are the Israelis, which translates and explains the whole situation. So the next phase is going to reveal exactly how things will be going in the following periods and whether the United States will start either taking itself out or actually increasing by different means, because the United States does have means and options to strike Iran. And if they would want to continue that, regardless of the lack of activity coming from the Arab bases, the American bases in Arab countries. Right now, misinformation spreads faster than facts, especially on the most sensitive global stories. NVP uses uncensored AI analysis to verify the most controversial topics and separates
completely ignoring, because the reality on the ground in Southwest Asia is a disaster for the Pentagon and for Israeli occupation forces. We are looking at a catastrophic failure of American military strategy and a massive humiliation for the Trump administration. Newly analyzed satellite imagery, confirmed by multiple defense officials and Airbus satellite photos, tells the story that Washington does not want you to see.
Iran says it has destroyed a U.S.-operated terminal high-altitude area defense, that is the THAAD system in Jordan.
Iran isn't just firing missiles. It's firing at the things that stop missiles. The heart of America's air defense. A $500 million radar, blackened, cratered, gone.
The United States military has lost one of its most prized and vital pieces of hardware on the battlefield. We are talking about the ANTPY-2 radar, the beating heart of the Terminal High Altitude Area Defense System, or THAAD, which has been completely obliterated at the Muwafaq Salti Air Base in Jordan.
What do you think is the discussion between these, our highest end defense companies and the president this afternoon? What could be done quickly if needs to be?
Well, I think the discussion is how do we plus up our counter drone defenses to, continue to strike down these drones, because clearly some of them are getting through, obviously more than we wanted to. We're seeing more drones penetrate our defenses than I think expected. We should be really honest with ourselves about that. That brings up, frankly, a larger issue that I've been talking about on this network for years. We have our critical installations around the world have been vulnerable. There are people in some of our own government offices who have failed the American people in purchasing failed equipment. That's why we're seeing some of these Shahed drones get through. Even one enemy drone getting through our defenses and striking a U.S. embassy overseas is unacceptable. And Mark, that's something, a cheap $20,000 Shahed forcing us to burn multi-million-dollar interceptors, starting fires currently at oil facilities in the U.S.
Let that sink in. This isn't just some antenna getting knocked out. The ANTPY-2 is a massive truck-mounted X-band radar system that costs nearly $500 million. There are only a handful of them on the entire planet, because they are supposed to be the absolute cutting edge of missile defense. It is designed to track incoming ballistic missiles from hundreds of miles away, painting a picture for the interceptors to take them down. It is the shield that the U.S. Army uses to protect its assets and its regional proxies, namely the Jordanian regime and the Israeli occupation. And now, satellite images show scattered wreckage, burned scars, and two distinct craters right next to where the radar was parked, suggesting it took multiple hits. The hit was precise, and it was devastating. This wasn't a stray round. This was a calculated surgical strike by Iranian forces to rip the eyes out of the American air defense network in the Levant. Following the launch of over 500 Iranian ballistic missiles and thousands of drones in this phase of the war, retaliation for the joint U.S.-Israeli aggression on Iranian sovereignty, the battlefield has shifted dramatically. The U.S. and Israel thought they could bomb with impunity, hiding behind these expensive defensive systems. Iran just proved that theory wrong in the most expensive way possible. Now, here is why this is strategically devastating for the axis of resistance hunters. The ANTPY-2 radar doesn't just serve the battery in Jordan. It provides the earliest possible warning to Israel. When that radar goes dark, the reaction time for Israeli air defenses to track an incoming Iranian missile from the east goes from a manageable window to a frantic scramble. You can't shoot what you can't see, and you can't intercept what you can't track. By destroying this radar, Iran has effectively peeled back the cover that the U.S. had thrown over Tel Aviv and the Jordanian puppet government. This is a high IQ move by the Iranian General Staff. They aren't just launching bombs hoping to hit something. They are systematically dismantling the command and control architecture of the enemy. And the cherry on top? Reports are flooding in from the region confirming that the U.S. military is now in a logistical nightmare. We are hearing that nearly 5,000 American soldiers are effectively trapped in Jordan. The airports they were planning to use for evacuation or reinforcement have been degraded or are under direct threat, and the ground routes, the highways through the desert, are no longer secure. They came to Jordan to beat the drums of war against Iran, and now they are sitting in the desert, surrounded, with nowhere to run. Before we get into the technical details of how this radar worked, how it failed, and why Jordan is now paying the price for hosting these forces, hit that like button and share this video. We are one of the only outlets telling you the truth about the American defeat unfolding in real time. If you believe in honest journalism that actually questions the empire, smash that subscribe button right now. We need your support to keep bringing you the facts they don't want you to hear. So, let's get into the weeds of this system, because understanding why this loss is so painful for the Pentagon requires understanding what this machine actually does. The AN/TPY-2 radar is often described by military experts as the quarterback of the THAAD system, but that's an understatement. It's more like the quarterback, the coach, and the stadium scoreboard all rolled into one. Manufactured by Raytheon, this is an active electronically scanned array radar operating in the X-band frequency. Without getting too bogged down in jargon, the X-band allows for incredibly high-resolution imagery of whatever it's tracking. While other early warning radars just see a blip, this thing can discriminate between an actual warhead and a decoy balloon or debris. It can actually differentiate the shape and size of the object, which is crucial when you are trying to shoot a bullet with another bullet in the vacuum of space. The latest versions of this radar, including the one we suspect was stationed in Jordan, were upgraded with gallium nitride semiconductors. This isn't just a minor software update. Gallium nitride is a next-generation material that allows the radar to pump out significantly more power while being more sensitive on the receiving end. It effectively doubles the range and gives it the theoretical ability to track hypersonic missiles, the very weapons that Iran is perfecting. The United States brags about these systems constantly. They position them forward, like in Jordan, to act as a tripwire and a shield. The radar was scanning the skies deep into Iraqi territory and towards the Iranian border, waiting for the telltale infrared signature of a ballistic missile launch. It was designed to give the green light to the launchers in Jordan, but also to feed data directly to Israeli aero batteries and even to naval assets in the Mediterranean. It was the linchpin of the entire Iron Dome concept for the region, and now it's a pile of smoking metal in the Jordanian desert. The message from Tehran is unmistakable. If you put a spyglass on our borders to help our enemies strike us, we will blind you permanently. This brings us to the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. And let's be brutally honest here. The Jordanian government has been playing a duplicitous game since the very beginning of the Israeli aggression on Gaza and later on Iran. They have been smiling in the face of the Arab street, pretending to be concerned about the Ummah, while quietly turning their entire country into a forward operating base for the U.S. Air Force and the Israeli Air Force. Look at the Muwafaq Salti Air Base. Just weeks before this strike, satellite imagery showed an unbelievable buildup. Over 60 U.S. attack aircraft, including F-35 stealth fighters, drones, tankers, and heavy transports. We are talking about the largest concentration of U.S. combat power in Jordan ever. They claimed it was for defensive purposes or training exercises. Defensive against whom? Jordan borders Iraq, Saudi Arabia, and the occupied West Bank. The only offensive action you can project from that geography is eastward, towards Iran. And despite King Abdullah and his government publicly announcing that they would not allow their airspace to be used to attack Iran, the reality on the tarmac at Muwafaq Salti told a different story. Those F-35s and refueling tankers weren't there to watch the sunsets. They were there to fuel up and guide bombs into Iranian territory. Jordan effectively gave the U.S. and Israel the green light, hoping the public wouldn't notice. But Iran notices everything. In the calculus of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, Jordan made itself a legitimate military target the moment it allowed American strike aircraft to operate from its soil. You cannot claim neutrality while hosting the largest American air armada in the region. You cannot claim to be a peacemaker while your bases are used to refuel the jets that are killing people in Tehran. The Jordanian monarchy is now reaping the whirlwind. Their country is on the front line of a war they helped start, and their primary military asset, the American base, has just been hit and will be hit again if they don't change course. Why is Jordan so toothless in this situation? Why does King Abdullah continue to allow Israeli warplanes to allegedly overfly his kingdom en route to strike Iran? It comes down to survival of the regime, not the nation. The Jordanian royal family rules with the help of Washington and Tel Aviv. The country is economically dependent on U.S. aid, and its intelligence services have been intertwined with the CIA and Mossad for decades. The king walks a razor's edge. He has a population that is majority Palestinian in origin, who are furious with the normalization with Israel, but his security apparatus exists to crush any dissent that threatens the throne. He is trapped. He can't resist U.S. demands because the U.S. could simply pull the plug on the economy, or worse, look the other way if internal unrest threatens to topple the monarchy. So despite the clear and present danger, despite Iran proving it can strike any target in Jordan at will, the Crown continues to host American forces. It's a classic case of a regime putting its own survival above the safety and sovereignty of its land and people. And now, that land is burning because of it. The effects of this radar loss are already cascading through the theater. With the ANTPY-2 gone, the U.S. and Israel are flying blind to a certain extent. They still have satellites and other assets, but nothing gives you the real-time high-definition tracking on the deck like that ground-based radar. The THAAD battery in Jordan is now essentially a giant, expensive paperweight. It can still launch, but it has to rely on external cues, which introduces lag and uncertainty. For the 5,000 American troops reportedly stuck in Jordan, the situation is dire. The narrative that the U.S. military can just pack up and leave whenever it wants has been shattered. With Iranian drones swarming the region, the roads are not safe for convoys. With airfields potentially in the crosshairs, C-17s and C-130s are hesitant to land. These soldiers were deployed as a show of force, and now they are hostage escalation own government started. They are sitting in the middle of a desert, surrounded by a country that is increasingly unstable, waiting for the next wave of Iranian defensive strikes. And this brings us to the elephant in the room, Donald Trump and his absurdly bellicose statements. You have Trump, who loves to project strength on golf courses and through social media, now facing a real military crisis. He threatens fire and fury like you have never seen, but his army is trapped in Jordan. His billion-dollar radar is scrap metal, and his precious Israeli allies are running for bomb shelters. The man talks a big game about making America great and strong, but under his watch, the U.S. military has suffered a strategic humiliation at the hands of Iranian drones. Drones that cost a fraction of the price of the equipment they are destroying. It's the ultimate irony. The art of the deal is turning into the art of the retreat. The reality is setting in. The United States cannot fight a prolonged high-intensity war against Iran. Their supply chains are stretched, their expensive toys are getting blown up, and their regional allies are crumbling. The bluster coming out of the White House is just noise to cover up the fact that the U.S. is overextended and losing. It won't be long before the surrender narrative starts creeping into the back channels, because what other option do they have? Invade? With what army? The one that's pinned down in Jordan? Iran has calculated this perfectly. By targeting the radar, they have proven that the American shield is porous. They have exposed the Jordanian regime as a collaborator. They have isolated Israel from its Eastern warning systems. And they have done it all while fighting a defensive war. A war they repeatedly said they did not want, but which was forced upon them by U.S. and Israeli aggression. The U.S. and Israel fired over 3,000 munitions in the opening salvo of their offensive, thinking they could decapitate Iran's capabilities. But Iran is still standing, and now they are striking back with precision and strategy. The strikes on the THAAD systems in Jordan, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE weren't random. They were designed to dismantle the coordinated air defense network that the U.S. spent decades building. This is how you fight a war against a technologically superior enemy. You don't meet them on the field they choose. You blind them, you isolate them, and you make the cost of occupation too high to bear. As we move forward, keep your eyes on Muwafaq Salti Air Base. The fires may be out, but the political inferno is just beginning. The U.S. empire is bleeding in the desert, and the world is watching.
out between the Lebanese resistance and Israeli commando forces in the dawn time, following reports that Israeli commandos were having a deployment in the Nabishit area in Lebanon with heavy and intense attacks, and reports that the Lebanese resistance managed to take down an Israeli helicopter, even targeting the rescue helicopters that came later following the attack on the commando unit coming from Hezbollah against the Israelis. That led to an emergency landing, according to some reports, on the Syrian side, because this was on the Syrian-Lebanese borders, because Israel failed to rescue everyone. There are reports that some of the Israeli commando terrorists were imprisoned, were taken as prisoners of war by Hezbollah. No confirmed reports of that too. Amidst heavy casualties as well, reports in Israel claim that the fight broke out between the commando unit of Israel and the elite Hezbollah force, the Ridwan force. This was one of the videos that came out yesterday. So that was one of the videos, and there were multiple videos being published last night. The clashes were very, very intense, coming from Hezbollah and this supposedly commando unit coming from Israel, as we can see in this video over here. Heavy battles, intense attacks, a lot of gunshots, gunfire in the dawn hours. And there were reports the following morning that Israel actually went to try and get the body of an Israeli pilot who was abducted in the 80s. There was an image or a video posted today here. Now, whether that has something to do with it, or whether it was like something else, according to multiple reports, let me explain the situation for you. Some people are saying that Israel tried to get the body of Ron Arad. Others, this could be a strike, by the way. This could be a place where a strike was carried out, or a tunnel opening that was later shut down, not just a grave. Why? Because if the commando unit went down to the cemetery, they would think that, well, there wouldn't be anyone there. The option is, well, the Lebanese resistance actually had some sort of forces next to the cemetery, or even under the cemetery. Who knows what they can have, what they cannot have. And from Israel's perspective, yes, they have this obsession with some of their missing. However, was that the priority now? And did they actually get the info that confirms that this man is actually buried here, or what is it exactly? Some things don't add up. But what definitely does add up is the fact that the forces in Hezbollah have shown Israel Lebanese nightmare last night, when Israel wasn't able to evacuate all of its forces following this situation. And they had to go down in Syrian territories, according to some reports, to try and go back and get the remaining Hezbollah. that battle itself, in Israel, they said that there's a very serious incident. A very serious incident happened last night in Lebanon, and we are dealing with it accordingly. They're trying to have more kind of preparations and try and actually put themselves in a position where they're able to defend against any attacks or responses coming from Hezbollah. Although what we have seen so far is Hezbollah's superior capabilities to the Israeli terror forces, because the moment they get in Lebanon, they get immediately expelled. However, Israel trying to go from that front, again, without the knowledge of the circumstances of it, confirms, looking at it from a general perspective, that they found it problematic entering Lebanon, and they couldn't enter Lebanon from the northern part of occupied Palestine or South Lebanon. And now they're trying through the commando operations going through the Syrian-Lebanese borders. They have been facing huge resistance on the line, on the borders with Lebanon. They haven't been able to infiltrate. Many casualties, 4 tanks at least destroyed. Hezbollah carrying out close to 100 operations so far. And the operations in the early days were very significant. And now they're trying these commando actions to have some sort of an infiltration. What's for sure is the capabilities of the Lebanese resistance have not only remained there, but increased in the past 1.5 years, following more Israeli rumors that we have depleted their forces and we are attacking them heavily and they're unable to conduct attacks against us. All of the missiles are launched, and we're talking about, from a resistance perspective, heavy missiles, medium-range missiles that reach the central parts of occupied Palestine, precision missiles, Cornet weapons, they have them in abundance now. And all of that equipment and all of the fighters are on the front lines. And what people need to understand is this is because of the geography of Lebanon and the advanced infrastructure of Hezbollah. Lebanon is a mountainous area. The Hezbollah fighters are the mountain. Do you understand that? So they are embedded inside the mountains of Lebanon. They have a very sophisticated tunnel network, and it's decentralized. So they have multiple hubs with capacity to survive there for a very long time. So each group of fighters can be there for a very long time. All of the missile launches are under the ground. And whenever any of the fighters pops out from the ground in Lebanon, they look like the mountain. They're wearing camouflage. They're actually putting leaves on the day. You know, whatever types of leaves they have over there, they'll put it on them. No detection, no night detection, no morning detection. No, you can't see them. So that's why the Israelis don't know where they're being shot at from. That leads to a situation where it's impossible for Israel to invade and occupy. We're talking about the same forces that expelled them in 2000 from South Lebanon. Israel still occupies the Shib'a farms, but that's a very minor area. And Hezbollah liberated most of the south of Lebanon, and they have embedded themselves very well to a level where they will never allow the Zionists to even think of going into Lebanon. That's why the fierce resistance is happening on the front, and that's what is in the favor of the Lebanese resistance. So whereas, for example, and of course they're incomparable because Israel used way more firepower when they went to Gaza, of course, with genocide. But in Gaza, it was all flat. So the Palestinian resistance was fighting in the sand. Everything is flat. It's much easier for the enemy forces to go in. And despite that, look at how much losses the Israelis suffered in Gaza. The most losses that Israel suffered was in Gaza. But in Lebanon, that makes it more difficult because of the advancement of the Lebanese resistance, which is now showing the Israelis that we're not only on the front lines in the south, we're in the front lines in the east and in every part in Lebanon. And any act of aggression attempt coming from the Zionists to invade Lebanon will be met with the fierce hand of the Lebanese resistance. Right now, misinformation spreads faster than facts, especially on the most sensitive global stories.
IRGC, some of them who were assassinated a week ago, and some of them who are still there. And that includes a 4-level tier of replacement for all these command and control posts and these commanders, regional commanders, etc. The decentralization of decisions, this means, for instance, a commander in Khuzestan or a commander in Iranian Azerbaijan, they are completely autonomous. They can make 5-second decisions on the spot without having to pick up the phone and call a central command in Tehran. That's the decentralized idea, and it's a mosaic, which is there is even a beautiful poetic, architectural, artistic component to it. Those fantastic mosaics that we see in Persian mosques or palaces all over, like in the extraordinary mosque in Isfahan. This is it. You see this intricacy. You see how this is sculpted side by side with many angles. And this is exactly the overall principle of this strategy. And it allows fine-tuning as they proceed, which is exactly what they are doing throughout this week. Two very, very important points. The speed of implementation of the strategy. Nima and all of you all remember that half an hour after the decapitation strike against the residence of leader Ayatollah Khamenei, Iran unleashed its response. So this means that they learned from their mistakes during the 12-day war. Second, their grid was much better protected than during the 12-day war, where the grid had to be patched up by Russian technicians between 24 and 48 hours. So the response was immediate. It was devastating. The first day was absolutely devastating. They launched between missiles and drones 1,200 missiles and drones on day one. Of course, now it's much, much less, because now they are changing. There are two components. They are changing the strategy because they're starting to use their new generation missiles that started only yesterday night, Thursday night Asia time, Friday morning Asia timeline. And it's confirmed that this first batch of already thousands of missiles, they were using missiles that were produced 10 years ago, even more than that, 2012, 13, 14, according to the IRGC. Now they're going to start using progressively the new batches, missiles that were made these past 10 years, culminating later on with their state-of-the-art hypersonics. For the moment, they have been if I'm not mistaken, they used only 2 or 3 hypersonics so far, not many, and for very, very precise targets inside Israel. So the whole picture of this decentralized mosaic structure is immensely impressive. Planning, technology, a selection of targets carefully curated, incremental, because some targets are being bombed over and over again until they are totally destroyed. And this applies especially to the US military bases, wherever they are, Kuwait, Bahrain, UAE, Qatar, etc. Some energy installations, very, very important. And of course, something that they are updating on the go, hotels that they are receiving US military personnel because they cannot stay in the bases anymore, they are targeting these hotels, wherever they are, especially Bahrain and UAE. And of course, installations, refineries, etc. There's still an enormous controversy about Tanura in Saudi Arabia, if it was really IRGC or if this was a false flag. Same thing about Azerbaijan. Azerbaijan is almost certain that it was a false flag for a number of reasons. Israel, Azerbaijan, very, very close connections. The fact that the Epstein Syndicate wants to bring Azerbaijan in the war to facilitate including Azerbaijan as a base for them to start attacking Iran from the west, from the southwest. So the whole picture is evolving very fast all the time. Iran is being pounded, there's no question. Tehran is being carpet bombed. We confirmed this with our friends on the spot, including our friend Professor Marandi. So the price to pay is horrendous, but it's not going to change the resolve of the whole system of government, continuity of government, very, very important. Since the attack, since the assassination of Ayatollah Khamenei and some very important figures, the continuity of government is there. For instance, there is still a lot of debate on the new supreme leader. It's practically certain that it's Mojtaba Khamenei's son, but they have not announced that yet, and they are not going to announce it probably anytime soon. They're going to keep this, but for all practical purposes, we can consider that Mojtaba Khamenei is already in a position of coordinate a lot of tasks that used to be under Ayatollah Khamenei. And of course, the other side, Barbaria, on the other side, they already said whoever is the new supreme leader is going to be killed. And obviously, Neo Caligula already said, I have to choose the new supreme. But in terms of imbecility, Nima, look, all right, he gets the imbeciliometer every day is broken by Neo Caligula, but this one is going to be very hard to beat. It's one of the most stupid declarations in terms of completely stupidity in terms of foreign policy and in terms of how a government process works, coming from anybody in the past 100 years or more. But okay, but that's what we expect from Barbaria, right? So Iran is, even if it's being pounded like hell, it's an immovable object. And once again, it's something that I have been stressing in several podcasts and in my columns indirectly. We are following two parallel tracks, which are not going to cross anytime soon. And they are going towards the finish line, but we don't know even when the finish line is and if there is a finish line. On one side is Iran must resist whatever it takes. And considering the sophistication of the decentralized mosaic strategy and everything that we are hearing from top commanders, from Arakshi himself, they will resist whatever it takes. And this is, Nima, and I'm sure you can confirm that, the mood, the popular mood all across Iran everywhere, because it's an existential people in Iran understand that this is an existential war. And the other track is extremely dangerous because some people with an IQ over 10 in the Beltway or in New York or in the Atlanticist sphere, certainly not the Zionists, because this is a bunch of apocalyptic cycles. So let's forget about them. I'm talking about the United States government and the government apparatus of the United States. A lot of people are already freaking out big time in several levels, especially with the approaching mega disaster for the global economy. All the conditions for a systemic breakdown of the global economy are already there. And of course, some people who are, if they have access to the White House, and many of them don't, because it's a small gangsterish clique that has access to Trump, we need to find a way out. We need to find an off-ramp. We have no planning whatsoever. We got into this without, which is absolutely true. They got into this without any with some pre-planning, but with zero post-planning. Assuming that in a weekend they would decapitate the Iranian government, start a regime change, and everything will be wrapped up in a matter of 3 days before the opening of the markets this past Monday. So everything went wrong. They didn't achieve any of their objectives. And that turns them into even more dangerous, cornered animals. So considering now that we have no rules whatsoever, that's the new geopolitical paradigm. Considering that we are dealing with an extremely unstable, childish Neo-Caligula, which is going to get more dangerous by the day. Considering that everything that he wanted to achieve, he didn't. Considering that he won't be able to achieve it anytime soon, if ever. Considering that he imploded his own presidency already, and he's in the process of imploding the global economy at the same time, we have no idea what kind of absolutely absurd and immensely dangerous decision can be just around the corner. So that's why these next few days are going to be, of course, absolutely crucial. There are already rumors in the Pentagon sphere, including the pathetic Secretary of Forever Wars, that this could go on for months, all the way to September. They cannot last all the way to September. They can barely last for the next 2 or 3 weeks. There will be no weapons after 3 weeks, 2 or 3 weeks. What are they going to do? They're going to bomb Iran with what? You know, with everything that is in Ukraine. It still won't be enough. And the Russians can advise the Iranians how to defend themselves, which they are already doing, by the way. This is one of the mini chapters of my column when I talk about the Astrakhan-Tehran corridor, through which the Russians are helping Iran, even considering the fact that Iran did not ask for help, Nima. Very important. This was reiterated by Putin only a few days ago. Of course, if Iran tacitly, directly asks Russia for some serious help, they will get it. And the Chinese, of course, their help is very discreet. And we know as well it's going on. Everything, satellite intel in real time, the Baidu satellite system, you name it. So that's where we are, Nima. These two parallel tracks. We don't know which one will reach a conclusion in the next few days, but this will condition the possibility of this war being diffused. And now there's enormous pressure from the Gulf itself, assuming that Neo-Caligula listens to the Gulf, that he abandoned completely, and they are pissed. And finally, those stupid petromonarchies are finally understanding how the game works. You're just vassals. We were using you. We are forcing you to sell your petrodollars in US dollars so you could recycle and buy stuff for us, Americans, or invest in our Wall Street. We don't care about you. We only care about Israel. And now we have the tacit graphic proof in their own mini petromonarchies, and they are doomed. All of them, they are doomed. So the change of paradigm in West Asia only in a matter of 1 week is already radical, and we haven't even started talking about what could happen to the global economy in the next few days, right, Nima?
Pepe, what was reported in the Financial Times is that Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, Qatar are discussing withdrawing from contracts with the United States and canceling future investment commitments in the United States to alleviate some of the economic strain imposed upon them by the Iran war. This is the beginning. This is, this is just starting. And
yes.
These people have had no idea what the war could be and the nature of war. Because Iranians, you remember, Iranians were talking about this. If the war starts, we're going to hit all of the American bases, and they're literally just wiping out all these bases in the, in these Arab states in the Persian Gulf. And I think the huge doubt in the mind of these Arab states, what is the future for us? How can we survive? It's not just about oil. It's about food, water. It's about everything.
Food and water, especially, Nima. Correct. And look, let me read for you and for all of you over there. I'm sure many of you have seen this open letter written by Khalaf Ahmad al-Habtour. This guy is an enormous fish in the Emirates. Billionaire, investor, former diplomat, respected by all the elites, respected by MBZ himself, respected by the Saudis, respected all across the Gulf. He wrote an open letter to Trump, which is, it's devastating. Basically saying we didn't sign up for this. Of course, now you're seeing what the Americans forced you to sign up to, So some of his questions: was this your decision or Netanyahu's pressure? Did you calculate collateral damage before firing? You placed the GCC countries at the heart of danger they didn't choose. They means all of us in the GCC. Your Board of Peace initiatives were funded by Gulf states. This is essential. All the money for that piece of shit board, the Board of Peace of Trump and that ghastly Jared Kushner, the money for all that came from the Gulf. You promised no wars. You've conducted operations in 7 countries, including Somalia, Iraq, Yemen, Nigeria, Syria, Iran, and Venezuela. Your approval rating is down 9% in 400 days. And maybe this is the key point. Before the ink has dried on your Board of Peace initiative, we find ourselves facing military escalation that endangers the entire region. Well, the only good thing relatively auspicious from all that is that the Board of Peace is dead. There's no money for it. Unless, of course, Neo Caligula and his cronies in the US will put money into it, because they won't, because it will be a losing proposition in business terms. So that's it. Not only he destroyed his own initiative to bypass the United Nations, all that crap, he destroyed forever the element of trust among Arabs in the Gulf. Okay, these petromonarchies, most of them may be a bunch of gangsters, and they are. I've been to all of them. And they are a bunch of gangsters. All of us who have been to the UAE, to Qatar, we know it. But Bahrain especially, we know who these people are. So the element of trust is broken. Not to mention their economies are broken and their business model is broken. And that's where we get to the key of the whole equation, Nima, and all of you. The business model is how the petrodollar works. So after that, there's going to be a completely different story. These gangsters who have seen, the how does the game work? They will stop using the petrodollar and selling their energy in dollars and buying stuff that goes to the American economy or to Wall Street. They're going to start looking for alternatives. And that's where, guess what? Russia steps in. Because Russia is on good terms with everybody in West Asia, in the Gulf, etc. So the role of Russia, depending on how the situation evolves, is going to be multi-level and immensely important. To start with, guess who controls OPEC Plus now already? Russia. And if we push this a little further, guess who's in charge of OPEC right now? Already Russia. So that's it. The most important member in OPEC and in OPEC Plus from now on is Russia. So they can dictate the terms to both cartels, in fact. And of course, knowing the Russians, of course, they're going to be very lenient, accommodating, but they're going to tell all these people, like, very, very important, the collective phone call of Putin at the beginning of this week with all of them. Guess where they discussed? There were no leaks about what they really discussed. We can imagine what they discussed. We can imagine them desperately asking Putin for some sort of mediation. After all, Putin can talk to that despot in West Asia, and Putin can pick up the phone and talk directly to Trump anytime. So he could be a serious mediator. The thing is the Kremlin interested in a mediation? No. To be blunt, the Kremlin wants to see the smashing of the US presence in West Asia as much as Iran and as much as China. And that's where the three BRICS connect in the geoeconomic financial sphere. What's already happening for them is, of course, if we discount the horrible things that are happening to the Iranian civilian population, to the Lebanese civilian population, not to mention Gaza, is that Iran, Russia, and China are watching live in real time, lightning quick, very fast, the collapse of US influence all across West Asia. We can already see if all the elements are there. And from now on, it will only get worse for the Americans. So later on is different. Later on, in terms for the Chinese is also, wow, very, very sweet. Because the transition is going to be from the petrodollar to the petro-yuan. No question about that. And for Russia, in terms of the umbrella to protect all these Gulf petromonarchies, could eventually become a Russian umbrella. If the Russians are interested, it's up to them. Would be an extra for them. So can you imagine everything that we're talking now has been happening in less than a week. So this means the whole system, it is a systemic shock because the whole system is already upside down in only 1 week. And can you imagine after 3 or 4 weeks with the Strait of Hormuz, for all practical purposes, blocked, even though the Iranians are saying it's not? That's a diplomatic way of saying, yes, it's blocked for all these NATO-stan members and hostile nations. For our friends, it's open. For instance, if an Indonesian cargo wants to cross the Strait of Hormuz, no problem. For the moment, for Russians and Chinese, it's totally open, back and forth. For the West, for the West as a whole, is totally, for Israel, we don't even, completely blocked. So we are already seeing spike in the price of Brent crude, panic all over, especially certain parts of Asia, especially Japan, South Korea, Taiwan. They are absolutely desperate. China, they still have sizable reserves. China, their reserves, if I'm not mistaken, they are around 240, 250 days, which is more than enough for them to reorganize the flux of energy from the Middle East and count on more coming from the power of Siberia, from Russia, oil from Kazakhstan, gas via the Turkmenistan Xinjiang pipeline. They have several other options. But for Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan is an absolute disaster. For Europe, what Europe depends on Persian Gulf oil, same thing. Replace gas coming from Qatar to Europe, forget it, because Qatar turned off the taps. And even if they would turn it back, would take at least 1 month to regularize the whole system. And on top of it, we have that fabulous, casual, just like in the middle of a conversation, say, oh, look, I had an idea. I was thinking, I had an idea. This European elites, they want to cut off Russia completely from selling energy to Europe. Look, why not? There's no problem. We could do this now and sell to our friends and partners across Eurasia or Global South, etc. So once again, the Euro Chihuahuas, which is their specialty, the only thing that they know how to do is to stab themselves in the back. So now there's no more energy, especially gas coming from Russia, and no gas coming from Qatar. So what are you going to do, motherfuckers? Okay, start laughing because you're going down completely, even faster than before. All that, Nima, in less than a week. Oof.
I think the war is somehow the main agenda. If one of the main agendas behind this war is how to dominate the energy market and how to control the energy all around the world. And what is happening in the West Asia, between Iran and these Arab states somehow shows the fragility of the agenda on the part of the United States, because they thought Donald Trump was so much happy with the case of Venezuela that we control everything right now. But he's not aware, he's not that much, understanding that the case of the West Asia is totally different. He's not in charge in West Asia. I think what is happening, Iran is showing the United States that everything in the region is defined by Iran, by Iran's strategy. And to a larger extent, Russia and China come in, because they know the importance of this region. And if Iran can control that, so far we've seen, what is the benefit of these United States, these air bases, these bases in Arab states? So far, Donald Trump, the United States was, getting a lot of money from these countries for such a long time. What was the main, concept? We are defending you. We are not, nobody can, attack you. It's all gone in less than a week.
It was a protection, a racket, Nima. It was a mafia operation, and they fell for it completely. So now it's fascinating because it takes only a few days to show them this was fake from the beginning. And they have nowhere to go because they never thought about a plan B. You're going to have to start thinking about plan B now. Yes, a crucial point, which all of us independent analysts agreed. This is an energy war. no question. From the point of view of the empire of chaos, plunder, permanent strikes, and blah, 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 and if you don't follow us, we kill you, literally. This is what they're doing. So this is the complete breakup of international law. And Neo Caligula himself, in his own words, I don't believe in international law. I believe in my own morals. I am quoting him. No need to comment, right? It was absolutely total anathema for the American ruling classes to have a sovereign country in West Asia, full of energy, oil and gas, one of the biggest producers and suppliers in the world, to trade energy bypassing the US dollar, which is what Iran has been doing, and especially these few years. So this is what Venezuela was doing. And once again, as you mentioned correctly, Venezuela was very easy, but Iran is a completely different story. You were dealing with a mid-ranking power, extremely well weaponized, under 47 years of sanctions, surviving after 47 years of sanctions, with a highly educated population, with fantastic universities, with a very high-level degrees of top-level scientists and engineers. So and not to mention what everybody knows, a civilization state with a previous empire that was one of the most powerful empires in the history of humanity. When those stupid people who later went to America was practically living in caves. So that's a completely different story. So now that's why this war obviously was not planned this past few weeks, was not planned even before the 12-day war, was not planned during Trump 1.0, was planned already in the 90s. Everybody knows that. Everybody who has read all those documents, everything around the project for the new American century, way before 9/11, and of course after 9/11, during the 2000s, a story that many of us followed on a day-to-day basis at the time of the bomb Iran paranoia in Washington, 2005, 2006, the second term of Dabia. We all know it will be inevitable. And of course, they simply cannot allow Iran to exist. The system exists, and especially the way the system resists sanctions and trades energy bypassing the US dollar. So this was inevitable. So obviously, Trump is just a messenger child, the messenger with a 4-year-old brain, maybe 2-year-old brain. The rulings and the usual suspects that I don't need to enumerate here. I enumerated some of them in one of my previous columns talking about Russia. They're the same. The ones who want to destroy Iran are the same ones that want to destroy Russia and then go to war against China. So, and now they are on a 3-front war already, which is absolutely impossible for them to win. So what that, well, he was always posing as the great geopolitical analyst of the end of the last millennium, Brzezinski. And even before he wrote The Grand Chessboard in 1997, he was saying that, we have to prevent the emergence of a peer competitor in Eurasia. Now it's even worse. Now it's 2 peer competitors supporting another one, which is, okay, it's not a peer competitor, but it is a mid-ranking power of the first order. This is the ultimate nightmare for the American elites. Means that in terms of controlling Eurasia, it's bye-bye, definitive. And they can even lose that part of Eurasia that they controlled until now, Southwest Asia, part of West Asia. the former Middle East. Now this is dissolving as well. And the great thing conceptually in geopolitical terms is that the elite in Iran, they see this very, very clearly. Only if you come from a civilization, a state with imperial experience and 2,500 years of diplomacy and juggling politics, you can understand that. It's not a bunch of neophytes from New York and Washington who understand that deep inside, out of the question. So that's why they knew the war was inevitable. They prepared for it. And for this chapter, they prepared very well. They had, I would say, the honor to have a leader, the stature of Ayatollah Khamenei, who, by the way, had actual war experience during the Iran-Iraq war. Very, very important. He's not a draft dodger. He doesn't hop on a plane and escapes like a rat when the going gets tough. That's a completely different story, you know. So element of time, experience, history, culture, everything explains why Iran is able to resist now. But of course, and we all know, and we have to be realistic, the destructive firepower of the Epstein syndicate is overwhelming. It's very, very serious. They can level any nation anywhere the way they want it. Like, you know, they can do the Gaza thing on whole nations everywhere. So the price that Iran is already paying and is going to pay is going to be practically unbearable, but there's no way out. And this is something certainly that Ayatollah Khamenei had very clear in his mind. And the people who are now running Iran, they have it very, very clear, including now the face of Iran for the West, which is Foreign Minister Arakchi. And he's behaving with a lot of dignity at this moment. A lot of dignity, you know, like those assholes from, what was it, NBC, no? NBC, they got an exclusive interview with Arakchi, and he behaved.
He was shocked with the
exactly, and obviously the NBC people, they were like speechless, because you never have on mainstream television Iranian officials speaking very good English and explaining the Iranian position. This was probably a first in decades. So obviously they were speechless, you know. So, of course, the only thing that interested NBC was to try to find a way to frame Iran even more as an aggressor, whatever, authoritarian, all that usual crap. So Arakchi's performance was very, very helpful for internal domestic public opinion in the US. Considering already that the war is unpopular in the US. That's very important. The war is unpopular for over 60% of Americans. That's already a big, big, big thing. So this proves once again that this is not merely Epstein syndicate, Trump gangsterish clique war. This war comes from the real elites who run the show in the US. And that proves that they are really desperate. If they launch this war now, is that they see that, look, we have a window of opportunity now. If we don't do it later on, then we're going to be simply expelled from the picture. And once again, Nima, very, very important. It is a war against 3 BRICS. It is a war against a full BRICS member supported by 2 BRICS founders. So this means it's a war against BRICS as a whole, especially, and this is the horrible component on all that, with indirect, vicious participation of another BRICS member, India, which has behaved in the most disgusting diplomatic way possible. The blow up of BRICS at the moment, the responsibility is totally with India. India has betrayed their economic partner, Iran. Don't forget, they are partners in the same transportation corridor. The Russia, Iran, India International North-South Transportation Corridor. The theme of the documentary that I shot in Iran last year, that you can all watch on Press TV. But now maybe I should relaunch the documentary everywhere with an explanation saying, look, this was what the transportation corridor was until this week. Now, India bombed this idea, and Russia and Iran should expel India from this corridor and bring in China, which, by the way, and it gets even more interesting. When I was in Chabahar interviewing the authorities of the port of Chabahar, which, by the way, was also bombed by the desk out in West Asia early this week. We don't know exactly what they were hitting in the port of Chabahar, but they bombed the port because they know the importance of the port. And I talked to one of the responsible engineers for logistics, and he was saying, yes, the Indians invested in these cranes that you're watching. They came from India. They're investing here. But we have Chinese ships coming all the time. And while I was there, I saw at least 2 Chinese cargos. So the Chinese, obviously, they look at Chabahar. Excellent. So now we can have an extra node of our maritime Silk Road. And make no mistake, the Chinese are going to start investing in Chabahar as soon as it's feasible, and they will incorporate that to the Chinese maritime Silk Road. And India can be completely sidelined. And the Iranians, I would say that this would happen as much as simultaneous to the Iranians telling India, yeah, so you want to be part of our economic corridor after what you did to us, after you did not condemn the assassination of Ayatollah Khamenei, after you let our ship be sunk in international waters near Sri Lanka, after we sent our ship to your maritime show in India. So the betrayal of India is mind-boggling. It's predictable because not only Modi, which is a puny character, and these Hindutva fanatics around him, and of course they have a tremendous inferiority complex, and of course they signed one day before the start of the Operation Stupidity, Stupid Fury, or whatever they want to call it. They were, best buddies.
They call it Epstein Fury.
Huh?
Epstein Fury.
Yes, we can call it Epstein Fury. Absolutely.
But the name is Epic Fury.
Yeah, exactly. Epstein Epic Fury. Absolutely. So they were best buddies, Netanyahu and Modi. And he actually said that India is the motherland and Israel is the fatherland. After that, what are you doing inside BRICS? This is something that, I'm sure the Chinese will be picking up the phone to tell the Russians, should we leave these guys here? What's the point? They are blowing up our organization from the inside. So this is one of the key takeaways of everything that happened in only 1 week. You cannot trust India. It's a neo-colony of the Epstein Syndicate. It's not going to change anytime soon. Well-informed Indians are beyond embarrassed. Not only they are pissed, but some of the best Indian analysts and businessmen, they are appalled, embarrassed, and they say, we don't know what to say. We have been betrayed by our own government. So there will be serious repercussions for BRICS. In fact, the BRICS summit in India this year, it has already been blown up by India itself. So at the moment, BRICS is in coma. Serious coma. It pains me to say that, and all of us who have been following BRICS very, very closely, but that it's going to be a huge task to resurrect BRICS from this fatal stabbing by one of the founding members.
I think the problem with the United States and their legitimacy in these Arab states is not just in their Arab states. Look at what is happening in considering Japan and South Korea. You know, these two countries were hit by the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, which yesterday, I don't know if you've let UN ask Iran did you close the Strait of Hormuz? They said, no, we didn't close it. It's not open. It's not currently open.
But it's not open.
And we know how important the Strait of Hormuz is for South Korea and Japan. And you feel how, when you see Peter Thiel in Japan, you see how the United States is trying to say, now everything's going to be normal. We're going to do everything we can. But after all, they're, somehow bringing all these THAAD system, air defense system from South Korea to Israel, because we know that the Iranian air defense system, the Iranian capabilities, somehow Iranian missiles have hit the THAAD system they had in Jordan and in Israel. So they have to replace this air defense system. They're bringing from where can they, find this sort of air defense system? In South Korea? Or maybe some weapons coming from Ukraine? And you see how everything is shrinking.
Not enough. Yes, they are already trying to repatriate. It's not enough. It's going to last another few days. And Iran is timing everything, right, Nima? It was completely crazy first 2 or 3 days. Of course, launchers are being destroyed, but in many cases, they are launching missiles even without the launchers. And they can do that. And very, very important, if you look at everything that is being struck by the Epstein syndicate, is in the western part of Iran. The eastern part of Iran, getting close to the Afghan border, for instance, no strikes from the Americans or from the death cult of it. So everything is still there. And all those underground missile factories, they are there intact, which they're going to use much later. We should never forget, Iran planned for a very long war. And even if everything is destroyed, they have, we still don't know the exact number, but they must have over 20,000 drones, if not more, maybe 40,000 drones. So they can take this to forever if they want. And another example of Russia-Iranian military integration.
Taxes chasing updates and getting nowhere.
I remember when the Iranian delegations were going to Moscow to finalize the selling of the Shaheeds to Russia. So Russia started building their Shaheeds, which in Russia are called the geraniums. They perfected the Shaheeds. In fact, the geraniums are now absolute state of the art. And some of perhaps a great deal of the drones that Iran are using now, they are sons of geraniums. You know why? Because the antenna that they use, the Comet Russian antenna that they use to jam signals, is Russia. So they are Shaheeds with a Russian developed component, this fantastic Comet antenna. So this explains the back and forth in the military relationship between both. It's something that many of us, when we discuss this in Moscow, for instance, the Russians never give us a straight answer. They said, there's a lot of stuff that we're doing, of course, but the most important thing is what you don't see. Exactly. And for instance, this shuttle, in fact, between Astrakhan and Tehran across the Caspian, it's very, very close. Astrakhan to Tehran is probably an hour and a half maximum by plane. We know some of the stuff inside, but we don't know most of it. And even considering the fact that the Iranians did not ask for hardcore Russian help yet, according to the Russians, on the record. Everybody will tell you, no, they haven't. If they do, we will provide whatever they need.
Pepe, one of the questions that Araghchi was asked yesterday by the reporter, and he was asked if Russia and China are helping Iran. And here is what was the response from Araghchi.
Excellent.
Are your allies Russia and China helping you?
Well, they are supporting us politically and otherwise.
Are they supporting you militarily?
Well, military cooperation between Iran and Russia is not a secret. You know, we have worked with each other in the past, and that has continued. And will continue. I guess.
And they are actively helping you in this war.
Well, they are. They have always helped us.
So I'm gonna understand that to mean yes, that they are actively assisting you in this war.
Well, I'm not going to give the details of our cooperation with other countries right in the middle of the war.
He was impeccable, concise, straight to the point, and obviously the idiot interviewer was perplexed.
Yeah.
Excellent, very good. That was a very good performance, and of course this is going to play very, very well inside the U.S. People are going to start asking questions. You know, even people who don't follow anything have said, "How come our bloody, stupid government didn't know that China and Russia, they have got Iran's back?" Well played.
What's so amazing, Pepe? You see, Donald Trump is asking, IRGC commanders, fighters to put down their arms. It's amazing to me, to watch how much you have to be totally disconnected with the reality of what is going on, which is not something new. We've seen this in the war in Ukraine. But this sort of, they really think that Iran is somehow, it seems that Donald Trump just watching Fox News all the time. He doesn't have any understanding of what's going on.
No, Nima, you touched the heart of the matter in terms of Trump's very, very peculiar mix of arrogance and total ignorance. It's typical. He doesn't read. This is something that we had from people in New York who did business with him. He doesn't read intel reports, which land on his desk every morning. He only reacts to Fox News sound bites. And this varies between 5 seconds to 10 seconds. That's it. And obviously, he only reacts to what some people who have direct access to him, there are not many, maybe 1 or 2 sentences register in his mind, and that's it. And then he plays that around. Basically, he is a functional illiterate. This is extremely serious. I have no clue how this guy got an university degree. Well, there are many in the US who actually managed to do it. And obviously, if you look at his vocabulary, if you look at his terminology, if you look at the selection of words that he uses over and over again to the point of extreme redundancy, it's between 50 and 60 words maximum. Not to mention 3 or 4 adjectives that are repeated over and over again of the tremendously kind. That's it. The restriction of the vocabulary and the restriction of how he communicates, it's a direct reflection of how restricted his view of the world is. He doesn't know shit about the rest of the world. That's it, period. So that's why it's so dangerous. We are dealing with a larger-than-life functional illiterate making these decisions, capable of saying something monumentally stupid like, they should call me so I select the next leader of Iran. And it's not a joke. He actually believes that. No, it's not a joke. He's not a bright or brilliant enough to throw a one-liner like this or make it a joke. No. So that's why it is much more dangerous than it would be in the first place if we were dealing with a relatively rational president. Well, there are not many in the modern history of the United States. But for instance, Bill Clinton was a relatively rational guy with all his problems. He was a good orator. He used to read, at least. He could, he was a very good public speaker. But now we are dealing with this thing. And on top of it, even worse, he thinks that he can do anything because I don't care about international law. I only care about myself. I can rule the world. He is acting like a Neo-Caligula, not only for the Neo-Roman Empire, but for the whole planet. And we are all hostages of this. So from the point of view of the ruling elites, to have a mad dog like this as president is wonderful, because the way they think is, he destabilizes everybody. So nobody can predict anything or calculate anything or pre-plan anything because, he changes his mind because of a whim or because of something he heard or because of something he saw on TV, one image he saw on TV. So can you imagine, Anima, for a very rational Iranian leadership, you have to factor this into your models, all of them. Not to mention the lunacy and the dementia of the despot in West Asia. So together. So they're fighting this cycle killers. It's very, very tough. And the fact that only in 1 week they managed to destabilize the whole game is already immensely impressive. But they have to keep it. So that's we are entering the crucial stage of non-stop resistance, and at the same time attacking. Asymmetrical warfare, yes, there's no question this is an asymmetrical war, but Iran has to sustain this asymmetry for days, weeks, and if it's the case, months. And that's the challenge. And that's why all of us, we are worried. Do they have it? Personally, I think they have it. As long as they keep their ability to continue launching their missiles and their drones, they can go on for a long time. And once again, as absolutely heartbreaking as it is for all of us, for you as an Iranian, for all of us as members of the Global South, Iran is going to pay a very, very heavy price, but there's no escape.
And they're producing 24/7, They don't have. They're not that much afraid of a long war. They have been prepared for this.
They are prepared for a long war.
Yeah, they
are prepared for what they're going to suffer. Yes.
Yeah. And I think, Pepe, before wrapping up, you've mentioned, Donald Trump being, ignorant or doesn't understand the situation. But I would argue the whole system is the same. The whole system doesn't work. Look at what is happening in the case of Ukraine, in the case of right now Iran, and next China. Do you see any expert in the American system, like, of the caliber of Ray McGovern or Ambassador Chas Freeman?
They don't exist.
They don't see these people in the system. They don't understand Russia. They don't understand Iran. They don't understand China. They want to dictate. They want to force their sort of mindset on these people, on these nations. These are civilizations. These are not, little countries that you can force, you can govern, you can manipulate.
Mm-hmm.
And there is no understanding of that in the whole system. It doesn't matter if Republican, Democrat, they don't understand it.
Well, it's cultural, Nima. It's these idiots never read Lévi-Strauss. They don't understand anthropology to start with. This means they don't understand the other. For them, the other as a category, it's by necessity inferior. And that ties with the manifest destiny, with exceptionalism, with the fact that we are better than anybody else. And I have to go back to it. The speech by the little Gusano Marco Rubio at the Munich Security Conference, the recolonization speech. Not only he was selling the recolonization of the global South as a whole, but he called Europeans to tie their wagons to the big American wagon. Because if they do that, they're going to recover the glory that they lost. Which means, among other things, that this whole historical tradition of especially the past 250 to 300 years, is not 500 years. The Europeans were not ruling the world in the 16th century or the 17th century. They started in the 18th century to rule the world, really. This idiot is tying up the Americans to this tradition. So, in fact, there was never an independence of the United States. So, if you read that, obviously, the idiots who wrote this, he didn't write that. He doesn't have the mental capacity to write a speech like that. His speech writers obviously didn't make this connection. He's selling the United States.
Who he is. His speechwriter is Stephen.
Exactly. But he's selling the U.S. In the continuity of colonial exploitation of the West, which is the tradition of the West. At least, if people read, the people who actually read the speech from the Global South, they can understand that in a flash. Yes, these idiots are even worse than the previous colonizers. And it's the same unbroken tradition coming from the West. And it's true because the American elites, essentially, the real American elites, old money in the US, the people behind, those old, what we call the Boston Brahmins, the really old money in the East Coast, they are essentially Europeans. Their mentality is colonial Europe. So at least now that's clear. And obviously the Russians see that, the Iranians see that, the Chinese obviously see that, the Indians know. Intellectuals in India, yes, see that. Not this absolutely ghastly Modi BJP gang. And, Brazil, I'm sure the best minds in Brazil see that as
they see, yeah. Here in Brazil, they're aware of that, yeah. It seems that I've lost Pepe. Yeah, you're back, Pepe.
Nima?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Are you back? Yes, you're back.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, we're going to have to wrap up, unfortunately.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Pepe, for being with us today. Great pleasure, as always.
Thank you so much, Nima.
Corford, follow me.